Yes. Yep. The girls have them. Just a list of the printed out names. Not like one of these. No, I don't. Just one. Have they? Oh, no, they don't.
Excellent. Welcome to sunny Ireland.
I know, it was beautiful yesterday.
No, not too bad today.
It's not raining here. At the hotel, it was like pouring down.
Few of the photographers got team photographs of the today.
We weren't going to do any team photos here. In their planes if they want, or
Not to be a formal one, you know.
yeah, like just like them, or maybe just straight after the match. We could probably do it. If you remind me though, because
Yeah. No problem
yeah,
at all.
if they sing out, I'll just get them together after the match
match
and
and play.
easy.
No
Thanks,
problem.
Barry.
Informal one after the game.
Cameras rolling.
Sue, do you mind if Danny holds on to the girls' phones? Or do you want to put them in our location? I have them here as well. I'm just trying to hold on to them.
Who's responsible?
Young Biz.
Oh, right, it's all just hang on to them. Yeah. That's right. Yeah, I've got all stats on instead. Yeah, you're not supposed to have yours. Files. So I'm just going to put that in my bag and I'll keep it with me.
Yeah.
Usually they take it off, so I don't know.
The man in the sun hat is doing our live stream.
Oh yes, yep.
Wants to know if it's possible to just perform on top.
Oh,
No
of course.
interviews,
Yeah,
no
yeah,
question,
of course.
because
Yeah,
when they do
totally
a,
fine.
they
Yep.
do a highlight.
No worries. Oh, that's just half an hour. Well, half an hour. Cool. Easy. You know what? Just tell them everyone. I'll probably sit somewhere over there anyway. So.
Yeah, it's a media marquee there.
Oh, just in there?
grab
Oh,
a perch.
perfect. Oh, cool. So I won't be fast.
Brilliant.
Fast.
All right, no worries. You're good to go.
We can work early for bait.
Media relations girl. So, yeah, she's probably going to be no, touch-wise, you know, great.
Just exaggerated calf walk from yellow to green. Push them back. Keep them back to nice and strong. Keep it looking good.
Bang on. Bang on forward.
She's been stressing. What about?
No, it's on YouTube. Whatever for the local.
Oh, okay, so and just get something.
Five, so there'll be 5 jumps or 5 push-ups or 5 whatever. Or if you wanted to sing a song or whatever. Beat it. Ready? No, whatever you want. Play, Lucy. No, contact. The ball has to be up, Lucy.
How are you? Good, how are you?
Turnover.
Yeah, I'm back. Yeah, and again. No. Yeah.
Nice shake. Kept the ball. Cheers, Tracy. Cheers, Tracy. Play, Kira.
Keep her coming.
Okay, relax there. 5 jumps up to T. Just literally 5 jumps to chest. Let's go. 45 seconds here. Let's open it out. Play, Lucy.
I've never done this before.
My name is looking that side. You're in the team tent, you know, like have your phone on.
Oh, no, sorry.
Yeah. No, I'm just telling you. It's fine.
Keep moving.
I'm not going to get myself.
Play.
No, you'll be fine. It's just like a player can't. You can't be with a player. It's just match fixing. You have to do that on your phone.
You can say about it else.
Okay, relax there.
Is that the original one? What is that?
I know you tell me. You don't remember and you're drunk and fake telling me.
I owe you people a big thank you. That is the bat now. I don't know how. Do you want to be custodian of the
Amy was looking for you right
Think about that, you're in the game.
Well,
I'll let you know.
okay. It's just
Somebody was looking for you right now.
Was it the girl over there? The girl in the Ireland tracksuit standing?
Yeah, her.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, grand. She wanted an interview. She's like, I said, you look really confused. She's like, look for Elaine. I was like, I don't know where she is.
She's behind. Hiding away. Brooke. Yeah, she's their liaison officer. So.
In our gear, of course. So what's your title?
I was tournament manager for the T20s in July. So just escaping the bills for a day is great.
I'm just going down to the village. Would you ask Brooke, is there anything running short there? I noticed the Irish girls are not eating all their fruit up. So.
They get hungry enough, they will. So, Sue, I'm okay from here on. That's grand, that's alright.
They have everything.
So just so you guys know, in terms of upstairs now, we've got security to stop people coming through here unless they have a reason.
That's
And
Lucy
I've
O'Reilly's not. She's
blocked
helping
it
us.
off upstairs as well.
Yeah, and that Cricket Island guy wanted to make a coffee, so he's alright, whoever he was.
Or maybe
Cookie, you just grab the end of that there for me, would you? And lift it back a bit, please. Where do you want it back? Yeah.
I got it! Sorry, I just went for it. I saw it and I went.
I'd head out there as quick as you can.
Bracker? Yeah. Oh, good.
Well, no, it was. It was too long. It's not your fault. Sure not. I'm not sure where it is, just somewhere.
Not, you're premature, teammate, not for the first time, I'm sure.
There's a lady over there you can ask a lot about that, Mary. Yeah.
Yes. Who? That reputation, there's really nothing you can do about it.
We literally only had like the receipt in there for me.
Yep.
Thank you very much. Second opinion.
Eva.
Look, guys.
Niveau!
Hello, good evening, and welcome to YMCA Cricket Club. YMCA Cricket Club is located on the south side of Dublin. We're here today for the first of 3 T20 matches between the Irish ladies team and the Australian ladies team. It promises to be an absolutely fantastic series of cricket. We kick off today in about 10 minutes time at 5 o'clock. We're back here again in Claremont Road on Friday, and the third and final game in the series will take place on Saturday. For those of you joining us on the live stream, you're all extremely welcome, and can I bid a Céad Míle Fáilte, particularly to our Australian friends who are joining us today. It's great to have you with us. We hope you enjoy the cricket. I'm delighted to be joined now by the Performance Director of Cricket Ireland, Richard Holdsworth. Richard, welcome to YMCA Cricket Club.
Many thanks, Heatley, and to all the viewers out there.
Great. Richard, perhaps you might just give us a little insight on the ladies' game in Ireland and in general.
Absolutely, yeah. It's certainly increasing very well, and there's been a lot of hard work going on by a number of people over the last few years. We had a strategic plan back in 2012 trying to increase participation significantly and trying to get up to 50,000 people playing the game, men, women, girls, boys, across all Ireland. And we've got 9 development officers now dotted all over Ireland who have been working hard at that, and particularly a focus of youth has been girls cricket. So there's been a lot of work going on up in the northern region, in the northwest, where they introduced a Super 8s game of cricket, which is 8-a-side, as it suggests, playing sort of an in-between quick cricket and hardball game, trying to encourage more girls to play the game, and that's been hugely successful. A lot of schools and a lot of clubs have been involved in that, and that has led to the formation of a number of clubs, both at youth level and senior level. There's now 2 divisions in the Northern Cricket Union playing 8 teams in the senior team league, and similarly in the northwest with 8 teams in 2 divisions there. So that's been our weakest area of the country. Leinster traditionally has been very, very strong in women's cricket. Most, if not all, of the Irish team has been from Leinster over the years, and we needed to expand the game to all parts of Ireland. So it's been a great success over the past couple of years. Down here in Leinster, there's been a huge amount of activity through the Cricket Leinster. The clubs here are very strong and are very excited about the women's and girls game, and therefore put a lot of energy into that. And that has allowed us this year to introduce a new competition, a Super 3s competition, which is basically taking the best girls at senior level throughout Ireland, and it's nice that we've involved 6 or 7 girls from the north and the northwest in that competition. It hasn't quite finished yet. We've got 2 more games left, but it's been a great success. It's certainly promoted and highlighted the women's game a lot more than we had done previously, and it's allowed particularly our senior team, Ireland team players, to play better cricket on a more regular basis rather than just the club setup, which is what they previously had. So that's been a great introduction. Hopefully in the long term that might become a mirror of the men's senior inter-pro competition that we have, but at the moment the Northern Unions and Munster wouldn't be strong enough to do that, hence we've introduced this Super 3s tournament. But these girls that'll be out on show today playing against the world champions, there's been a big season for them. They've played in the ECB County Championships in Division 2. They're currently in 5th position in that, with a couple of games to go, and we're playing the bottom of that group, so hopefully we can get up nearer the top of Division 2. And they played in Division 1 of the ECB T20 Cup, and they finished 5th out of 9 teams in that. So that's playing against the best players in England, and we've had a lot of success in that competition. And here we are today, playing our first internationals of the summer. It's a shame that we're not getting more international cricket for the girls, but they've got a big winter coming up. They qualified for the World T20 last year, and we've got a qualifier coming up, which is supposed to be played in Thailand in November. Obviously, with horrendous events of the last 48 hours in Thailand, it remains to be seen as to whether that competition will go ahead there, but we certainly hope that it will do. Thailand have done a great job in promoting and enhancing the women's game, and I know they're desperately keen to host that event. So that's a big tournament for us. We need to win that tournament. But the top 2 of that tournament goes through to the World T20 in India in March next year. And having experienced Bangladesh last March, we're very keen, to qualify for that game and get out to India in March.
Great. Tell me about the Australians, Richard. It's a fantastic occasion for Irish cricket to have the world champions here. How did this series come about?
Yeah, we've got great relations with Cricket Australia. They've been extremely supportive to Ireland over many years now. As many will know, we're playing in the men's game against Australia in an ODI next Thursday in Belfast in the Hanley Energy One Day International Challenge. And we very much hope that we get a day like today has turned out with the sun beating down in the blue sky up in Belfast. But look, Cricket Australia have been very supportive over the years. They have helped us in a number of ways. They're always keen to play Ireland when they come over for an Ashes series, and that is not just extended to the men's game, it's extended to the women's game, and hence when I was over at the World Cup in March in Australia, I had meetings with Cricket Australia then, and we agreed these fixtures, that they had a gap in the programme during their Ashes series in England. They obviously wanted to have some warm-up games ahead of their T20s against England next week, and we agreed these 3 fixtures. So look, it's great news, and it's great that they're here, and we hope that relationship will continue. It would be great if we could take the girls out to Australia at some stage, but this will be a great experience for them. It's not every day you get to play the world champions, and so it's a high pressure game for them, and we hope we have 3 fantastically competitive games here the next 3 days.
I think we will, and I hope we will. I think one of the interesting things about women's cricket in general, Richard, not just in Ireland, is the profile it's got over the last couple of years. That seems to be ever on the increase.
It is, and it's wonderful for it. I think if you go back 10 years, the game wasn't promoted in anything like the same way. I think both England and Australia have done a fine job in doing that through the various departments that work in promoting the game. But similarly, we've been fortunate in that Claire Connor, who's chairman of the ICC Women's Committee and also head of women's cricket for ECB, has been very, very supportive and very much championed the women's game. But it's captured the imagination. It's captured sponsors who want to get involved in women's sport. It's captured media who have said that actually there's a good viewing figures coming from the women's game. But I think most of all, the girls that play now are very, very fit. They're athletes, and the game that they play is very different to the game that we saw perhaps 10, 15 years ago. And I think now it's become a much, much greater spectator sport than perhaps it was once before. Very athletic, and this format that we're going to see today, T20, is exactly that.
Okay, we'll talk about the women's game later. We're just about to kick off. Opening the bowling for Ireland from the Wes Earl end is Kim Garth. Kim Garth, a veteran of the ladies' game in Ireland now, vice captain, and in fact over the last number of weeks has captained the Irish side and has done so very well. So Kim is about to open the bowling for Ireland, and opening the batting for Australia is Jess Janison and Alicia Villani. Umpires just giving the signal to the scorers to play. And here comes Kim. Oh, that helps to have the ball in hand. Here comes Kim Garth in from the Wes Earl end, approaching the wicket. First ball down the leg side, it's a wide, taken by the Irish wicketkeeper Mary Waldron. As Richard has spoken about earlier, the Irish ladies have had a really busy summer the past number of months. Most weekends they've been over in the UK playing in county championship games and playing a lot of T20 stuff. Garth again to the wicket. Bowles slightly fortunate to get away with that. That
I
dot
think it
ball.
might have just clipped the pad there actually.
Yeah.
Just gone down the leg side.
Okay. Nice to see such a good crowd building here, Richard, this afternoon now.
It's great. I mean, we've tried to promote this game or these games as much as possible, but there's a really good spatting of a crowd now.
Yeah. Garth again to the wicket. And that's the first run in the game. Australia off the mark now. For those of you just joining us, you're very welcome. Today's game is taking place in YMCA Cricket Club. YMCA Cricket Club is in the suburb of Sandymount, which is on the south side of Dublin. This is the first of 3 T20s between Ireland and Australia. We're back here again in Claremont Road on Friday and again on Saturday. Certainly promises to be a fantastic series. Slip has just come out and has made her way out to the mid-wicket boundary. Garth again comes in to bowl. Good delivery. I must congratulate the ground staff today. For those of you watching, you're probably seeing a lovely sunny afternoon here in Dublin. However, it hasn't been quite that all day. Certainly this morning we had torrential rain, and even at about 3:30, 4:45 we had a really heavy shower. So well done to Dale McDonough and Len Smith. They've done tremendous work. Garth comes in to bowl. It's a wide delivery.
Just not quite found her line yet with the left and right hand combination.
Yeah.
Probably ball swinging a little bit out there as well. Still a few clouds of overcast conditions, but
and I'm sure there's got to be a degree of nervousness on the part of the Irish girls, you know, taking on the world champions.
Absolutely.
It's just a fantastic occasion.
Much better delivery there.
Yeah.
A lot straighter, played and missed.
Mary Waldron, a veteran of the Irish ladies team. Number 81 is the wicketkeeper.
Also an Irish international in soccer as well.
Yes, indeed. In fact, we've a number of them because the opening bowler, Richard Kim Garth, also plays Gaelic football for Dublin.
Indeed.
So we have a couple of very competent sports ladies out on the field to play. I do hope you're enjoying the cricket here this afternoon, and for those of you living in the vicinity, why not come on down to Claremont Road? Free in, you're going to see quality cricket over the next couple of hours. Garth just finishes the first over there. The total moves on to 5 without loss.
And hopefully a few still up in Australia as well, Heatley, and have stayed up to watch this game.
I'm sure they have, Richard. It's a fantastic facility, this live streaming, particularly for our Australian friends.
There might be a few rolling in from the pubs. You never know.
Aye.
Thinking, what shall I watch? What shall I watch on the box now? And sure enough, they can see their women's team playing against Ireland.
There's very little they could watch that offers better entertainment than Claremont Road on a sunny Wednesday afternoon, Richard. And to open the bowling now from the Claremont Road end for Ireland It's Laura Delaney. Laura plays with the Leinster Cricket Club, who are based in Rathmines. Good opening delivery there from Laura, right up in the block hole. Good start for her. That'll settle whatever nerves she has. The umpires today are Gordon Black and Azam Ali Beg. Our third umpire is Martin Block. So Delaney off a short run up. Nicely stroked down the ground for just the one run to Claire Shillington, another veteran of the Irish side. Claire has been playing cricket for Ireland for many years now, an opening bat, and a member of the home club here. She plays her cricket with YMCA. Delivery from Delaney just cuts at a backward of point there for 3 runs.
It was a little bit uppish in the air, so to
Yeah,
split the two fielders
indeed,
there. And,
yeah.
a good chase, as you say.
Yeah.
And, saved a run there.
Good to see such a quick outfield here today.
Yeah, you wouldn't have thought it was hammering down with rain.
I'll tell
a
you.
few hours ago, would you? It's,
Well, I'll tell you, I was here early this morning, Richard, and it was only chucking it down. Just a single there, pushed
Certainly had
to
a look
lid
at,
on.
look at the strip earlier, Heatley, and very dry, very hard. You wouldn't have thought it had been quite so wet earlier in the day, but as you said, groundsman done a fine job here, and the outfield is pretty firm.
Oh, that's a tremendous bit of fielding there.
Yeah, that's a great stop indeed there. Just Isabel Joyce throwing herself to the right there to save 4 and just let the one go through. As I said earlier, it's this game has changed so much in that the girls really throw themselves around, great diving stops, great throws coming in.
Absolutely, brilliant bit of fielding by the Irish captain Isabel Joyce. Laura Delaney just straying down the leg side there. The umpire signals a wide. The score moves on to 11, on to 12 should I say, without loss. We're in the second over. Good, clear, precise call. More excellent fielding there from the Irish captain Isabel Joyce, certainly leading by example. Fielding in that pivotal point position.
Just adds so much pressure for the fielding side, and particularly for the bowler. You feel so much better where perhaps a short ball or a slightly wider ball that could have gone for 4's been saved and only 1's been scored, and just puts the pressure on there for the batting side. And again, as you say, followed up by another great bit of fielding at mid wicket there by Isabel. So a good start. As I say, if you can get the ball to be a little bit straighter and keep that line, then it'll add a bit of pressure. Change of bowling here.
Ciara Medcalf plays out of the Pembroke Cricket Club. I suppose made what could best be described as a comeback this year.
Indeed, yeah. I think, interestingly, Ciara had good start on the right on the spot there. She played for Australia, played for England. Sorry, played for Ireland a number of times in the past. Had given the game up a little bit. Started playing again and through the Super 3s this year. Another good ball right in the block hole there.
Super start.
But she's done really well through the Super 3s. Got herself a lot fitter, and the selectors, have been forced into picking her. And there's the first wicket.
There's a great start now for the Irish team. They'll be absolutely thrilled with that. Whatever nerves were there will certainly disappear. And as Richard Holdsworth, the performance director of Cricket Ireland, who's joining me in the commentary box this evening, has just said, Ciara was a regular on the Irish team many years ago, and with the introduction of the Super 3 series, she had a Super Series there and forced her way onto the Irish side and picks up the first Irish wicket.
That was a great start from Ciara. She bowled first 2 balls were full up in the block hole, just got the batter driving on the front foot, and that one was a little bit shorter, but still got her coming forward. And a very good catch by Gabby Lewis as well. She hit it hard.
She did hit it hard, yeah.
But great start for Ciara.
And I tell you, there's a ripple around the ground, Richard, with Meg Lanning coming to the wicket. She is definitely one of the superstars of the ladies' game.
Yeah, no, she certainly is. She certainly is. And there's a full toss first ball, and that's gone for 4 through mid wicket, through the gap there. So not a great start. She's off the mark straight away.
No, it was a poor delivery there from Ciara.
Yeah. Now Meg's been a phenomenal player, and obviously the girls here had a lot of experience seeing her play in Bangladesh in the World T20 last March. Good delivery.
That's well bowled, smash and delivery. Yeah, certainly I noticed, Richard, when she came into the ground, there was just that little bit of a ripple to say she's here.
Yeah.
And she's there. She's off the mark. Well bowled there by Ciara Metcalfe.
Yeah,
good fielding on the part of the Irish side. Isabel Joyce called into action yet again. She's had a super start in the field. For those of you who recognise the surname, they are a great cricketing family here in Ireland. Many of you will be aware of Isabel's brother, Ed Joyce, one of the all-time great cricketers really that Ireland has produced, Richard.
Without a doubt, Heatley. Yeah, I mean, Ed has been phenomenal throughout his career. Obviously, ended up playing for England for a short time, and very pleasingly came back to play for Ireland. And since he did that a few years ago, he's been in phenomenal form, and we hope he'll take that into next week against Australia. But he's not had as good a season at Sussex this year as he has the last couple. But every time he puts an Irish shirt on, he certainly competes, and as you say, that runs through the family. His brother Dominic played for Ireland as well, and
he did.
played well in the Interpros this year.
Yeah.
And Isabel's sister, who's obviously playing today, Cecilia, she's been in the runs a lot this season, and had a great form in the county championship, and we hope we'll get some runs today. And it's great that Isabel's playing. She's had some fitness problems the last month or so, had an injury which has kept her out for a month or so, but it's great that she's worked very hard at her fitness and got back into today's team.
It certainly is. Both Joyce girls, Cecilia and Isabel, play such a vital role in this Irish side. And just talking about family connections, Richard, Kim Garth here, her father also played cricket for Ireland, Johnny Garth.
Indeed.
And played rugby for Ireland at sevens level.
Very good, and he's a member here at YMCA.
Yes, he is indeed. Yeah, he is indeed. Yeah, another great, the Garth family, another great cricketing family in Ireland. Garth bowls just a little bit short. Cut away beautifully there for 4 runs.
The one thing the girls will be aware of, and if they weren't aware, they certainly will be now, is if you bowl with any width to these Australian players, they will get hold of it, particularly short. So they really need to bowl straighter and fuller.
And it's one of the things you noticed we talked about earlier, Richard, the sort of coverage that the ladies' game is getting, and obviously the Ashes series between Australia and England has got great coverage, and one of those who's really impressed me is Villani. She's a quality cricketer, and as you say, a really good cutter and puller of the ball.
Yeah, absolutely. The promotion of that, Sky Sports have been putting that out on air, the women's game, and for this Ashes the first time I think they've put every single game out, and it's had fantastic coverage. Just speaking to the Australian coach earlier. He said that the games, the T20 matches next week, Chelmsford and Hove are both sold out, which is fantastic. I mean, you know, you wouldn't get anything like that crowd for a county championship match, for a women's international now to be selling out grounds is wonderful. And then they play the third game prior to the men's international. Another good bit of fielding.
Another
from
tremendous bit of fielding. Yeah.
It's the second one that's gone through that part.
And sorry to mention the family connections, but I should just mention that Lucy's father, Peter O'Reilly, was actually one of the first Irish guys to make his way across the water. Went and he played with Warwickshire in the early 80s.
That's right. Now that one's up in the air.
Up in the air. It's unfortunately it's just sort of chipped into the mid-wicket gap. I suppose didn't quite get hold of it.
Yeah, that was a shame. It's slightly fuller length ball, but she didn't quite get hold of it and just dropped into the gap, which is a shame. I thought with all these family connections you were going to mention your own Heatley. Of course, viewers might not be aware, but Heatley's own sons play here at YMCA as well, and have had some great success. And I can say it, and he can't. But his one son has been captaining the Ireland under 15 side, and playing in the under 17 side, and they've had great success winning the European ICC Championships over in Rugby School just a few weeks ago, and the under 17s have played and beaten Scotland and the Netherlands comfortably in 6 matches to win the ICC under 17 Challenge Series. So he's had a lot of success this summer, and I know your younger one has been playing and doing well, and your older one as captain our under 19 side, who just were picked at the post in the European World Cup qualifier at under 19 level, which means we're now going to a tournament in Malaysia.
That's right.
On October the 13th, which has just been announced today.
That's right. I suppose
through the gap again.
Really good shot there from Villani. We mentioned earlier the quality of her cut, and it was really very evident there. Just a little short by Metcalf, and Villani onto the back foot, cut it beautifully out towards what we call the hockey pitch boundary here in YM. One side of the ground surrounded by an all-weather hockey pitch, which is also used for a lot of the youngsters in YM to learn their cricketing skills. Richard, it's a really good facility.
Yeah, no, it certainly is a good facility here, and the viewers might not be aware, but this is the home of Irish women's cricket, and we have a fantastic partnership with the club here, who have allowed us to use their facilities for the girls to practice. They use the pitch to have some match practice, and very good net facilities that you have here, Heatley, as well, which has allowed them to do a lot of work over the season.
Well, I suppose as a club, Richard, it's beautiful. It's a beautiful sweep shot.
Yeah, she's played that and the cut extremely well, and just bowling fuller and straighter. She's kept her tie down, but any width there on the leg or the offside, and it's been dispatched.
Yeah, she certainly hit her straps early on. She's a quality cricketer. Just pushed through mid-off there for just the single. Metcalf, who picked up a wicket in her previous over, continuing to bowl from the Wes Earl end. And mentioning Wes Earl, I know that all the Earl family are listening. Wes was a fantastic member of the YMCA Cricket Club who unfortunately passed away at the all too young age of 31, and he was a member in our club since he was a very young boy, and we thought it would be only appropriate, and his family were extremely generous and kind in donating the side screens down there in memory of the late Wes Earl, and it gives me great pleasure to mention him in association with a game such as this. he loved cricket and he loved the YMCA Cricket Club.
From the Sandy Road end now, Elena Tag.
So another leg spinner coming on, Elena Tice.
Yeah.
One of the younger members of the squad.
Yeah.
And,
A really good cricketer, Elena,
absolutely.
Richard. Yeah, she's,
Really,
you know.
She's along with Lucy O'Reilly and one or two others, has been in our national academy
Yeah.
over the last couple of years, but she's come on extremely well. Bit over pitched that first ball down to the square leg boundary, and they're going to pick up 2 by the looks of it.
Again, really well fielded though. Richard, you just mentioned that Elena was in the Cricket Ireland Academy. You might like just to elaborate a little on that, if you would, please.
Yeah, well, we started up the Shipurji Palonji Academy about 2 years ago now. It's headed up by Craig Hogan, who was formerly a national coach of Jersey, worked in Australia a long time, and played for New South Wales there. But he and Ryan Eagleson now head up our academy. There's 31 players in the academy. They've been selected from all Ireland between the ages of 13 and 20. Out to the square leg boundary again for a single there. And
another really good piece of fielding there by, I think it's Claire Shillington.
It is indeed, yeah. And the idea of the programme is really to have an individual player programme to help develop those individuals in a number of different areas throughout the year. And that's hit hard through the gap. Nearly Isabel Joyce nearly getting a hand to it, but unfortunately that's gone through for 4.
Just a little short. She's got to work on her length here. Elena Tice, young girl of 16, 17 years of age. She's been a regular now in the senior ladies side for a number of years. Very much an all-round cricketer, a fine middle order bat. Finding her length there a little better.
Yeah, that was much better line as well, and just tucked her up and kept it tight, just a single there. So the academy is trying to give the players some extra development in technical areas, tactical areas, physical. They all have a strength and conditioning program. Oh, and that's a very, very, very high full toss, and it's been called a no ball by the square leg umpire there. It looked as though it almost slipped out of her hand. I don't quite know what happened there, but it certainly went very high over the batsman's head.
I think it was a case of the ball slipping out of her hand. Maybe nerves playing a little part here. That's her first over. Back in.
That's better.
Much better.
That's better. That was right on the money.
Yeah.
Played and missed, and well taken by Mary Waldron behind the stumps. So they've got a strength and conditioning program. They do some mental skills training, some lifestyle work, and the idea is to really help the players further develop with a view that we believe they have perhaps what it takes to become an international cricketer. And she comes down the wicket and drives that one over the top for 4 there.
It's a good shot. Again, Villani proving what a quality player she is. She's shown us an array of shots here today in Claremont Road. Her cutting, her pulling, a straight drive there. We've bowled 6 overs, and this the first of 3 T20 internationals. Ireland playing Australia in the YMCA Cricket Club, and after 6 overs the score moves on to 45 for the loss of 1 wicket.
From the Western end, Laura Delaney.
Yeah, Lanning's not really had too much of the strike here, and it's been Delaney who's been the one who's taken most of the strike and is hitting them well.
You're right, she's really seen very little of the strikes since she came to the wicket. Isabel just readjusting her field.
So the academy also develops players overseas. It's not just a case of coaching them here. We had 10 players who went out to Sri Lanka earlier in the year to experience conditions over there, and particularly work on batting against spin and bowling, spin bowling, and that was hugely successful, and that will continue. There's a number of plans being worked on at the moment to take some players away, and we've got a facility being developed in Spain currently as well, which will allow us to have a warm weather base during the winter, and those academy players will certainly do a lot of work out there. So it's going from success to success. It's full toss there that's been swept for 4.
I think one of the things that we can say about the academy and testament to its success, Richard, is, already we've had 2 young guys in Peter Chase and Tyrone Kane come through and play for the men's national side.
Absolutely. I mean, both came through the pathway system, and arguably would have may have got international caps at some stage. But what we're trying to do with this program is to ensure that those players are ready for international cricket, so that John Bracewell and the national selectors can be confident that players have had the right experiences and the right development right up until the time that they're selected. Peter's done very well. Unfortunately, he's had a back injury much of this season, which has kept him out. He's just on the road back at the moment. Played a little bit at Durham as well, but no, he made his debut and went to the World Cup as well. And Tyrone has done extremely well for the Leinster Lightning in the Interpro series, particularly in the white ball game. And through that and his hard work in the gym, particularly, he's got himself much fitter. Worked on a number of key areas of his game, and he got selected for the T20 qualifier and did well there. So he's as you say, there's 2 products there that have come through and made it, and we hope there'll be many more to come.
Indeed. I mean, when you talk about Tyrone, prior to the World T20 qualifiers, Richard, we had a series up in Derry against Scotland, and Tyrone did particularly well there.
He did, and that was he'd already been selected in the squad for the qualifiers by then, but he played a great part there, bat and ball, and showed what he's capable of doing, and it was great to have those 4 matches against Scotland up in Derry. We've not used Breedy Cricket Club as an international venue before. It's only just been accredited by ICC for internationals, and so it was great to play 4 matches up there, and Tyrone certainly enjoyed that experience, and we'll see what the selection is like for India in March, but obviously the men have qualified to go to India to the World T20,
which is great.
So there'll be 15 players there, desperate to get in the squad for that trip.
Absolutely. Coming on to bowl now from the Sandymount Road End is Lucy O'Reilly. Lucy also plays her cricket here in the YMCA Cricket Club. 7 overs gone in the first of 3 T20 internationals between Ireland and Australia. If you're just joining us, you're very welcome. It's great to have you with us this afternoon on what is now a lovely sunny afternoon here in Dublin. O'Reilly strides to the wicket. Very useful first delivery. Taken very comfortably by Waldron. Lucy's just off the back of a really good weekend in the UK, Richard. She picked up 4 wickets on Sunday, I think it was, so she must be brimming with confidence.
Yeah, absolutely. No, they had a good weekend, or a slightly mixed weekend in the ECB T20 Cup, but no, she's been bowling really well recently.
A pull out to mid-wicket there for no runs. We're in the 8th over. The score is 53 for the loss of 1 wicket. Another very useful delivery there from O'Reilly, bowling to Meg Lanning. Great start. 3 dot balls. She'll be delighted with that, as will her coach, Aaron Hamilton. You might tell us a little bit about Aaron, Richard.
Yeah, well, he'd know a lot of the Australian players here. He coached the Western Fury, as they call themselves, the Western Australian women's side, until he came over here in April this year. That's just hit back with a square for a single. But no, Aaron had been working at Western Australia for a number of years, level 3 Australian coach over there, and he obviously replaced Trent Johnson, who Trent was with us until the back end of last year, and then went to New South Wales, back home.
I think he landed a reasonable gig there, did he?
Well, he certainly did, and I think the timing of him moving there with his head coach, then leaving to take up the England job, the timing couldn't have been better for him. And Trent's made his mark there, done a very good job in a short space of time, and obviously they felt that he was the right man to lead them. So he's now head coach there, and had done a great job last year with our women's team.
Indeed.
Took them on a number of trips. They played a series out in Qatar, played a number of international series here in Ireland and some in the UK, and then similarly took them to a world event as well. So he in Bangladesh. So he's done a great job with them, and we needed a really good coach to take over from Trent. But the difference at that stage and the funding that we had for the women's game, Trent was actually in a part-time role as head coach. He was also head coach of the Leinster Lightning and was doing some work with our academy. But in reviewing the structure, we were able to appoint a full-time position, which Aaron now holds. And not only is he working with the national squad, he's also got responsibility for our pathway. So he's spending a day a week up in the north, working with the talented players up there, in the hope that we can integrate them more into the national squad and the Super 3 series. But no, it's a national role, and it's very much about talent ID and talent development, as well as the national team.
Okay.
He's been recently as well working with Claire Shillington and Isabel Joyce, who've done some coaching with our under-17, under-19 teams. They both played a series recently. We had the Italian senior women's team come over and play our under-19s. And then we had the Isle of Man women's team as well, playing against
and I think the Italians were
and the Italian senior team. So we've had a number of visits. The Italian series was, I think, quite one-sided. We played Scotland as well under 17 level, but it's important that we support our European counterparts.
Absolutely.
As we expect the full members to support us,
just
as Australia are doing.
Just chipped down the ground there. The Irish skipper coming on to bowl from the Wazirland, Isabel Joyce. It's a good start for her. And you've mentioned someone there that I've got to say hello to. You talked about Trent Johnson, and I can guarantee you, Richard, RTJ is watching this. So, evening, TJ. Hope all is well with you. No doubt you're watching this with great interest. And this was also the home club where Trent played his cricket, so we've many fond and happy memories of really a legend of the Irish game. So I hope you're out of bed, you've got a mug of tea in your hand, a few chocolate biscuits, and you're watching a number of the girls who you'd be very familiar with.
And that will punch through cover there for 4. I have no doubt TJ will be watching. And hopefully he'll watch all 3. He was extremely passionate about the women's game.
Absolutely.
And his coaching role when he was here. Got into coaching pretty quickly in terms of a full-time role, and he's done superbly well. But he was great with these girls and really brought some disciplines that perhaps they didn't have before. They are a fitter squad on the back of a lot of the work that he did with them than they probably ever have been before. And that was
I think he might have brought an element of fear as well, Richard.
There's no doubt. There's absolutely no doubt of that as well. I think those who played against, that one's hit in the air over the top behind the bowler, and they'll get 2 there. A bit of a misfield. Now I think Trent. Anyone who knows Trent as a player would know his commitment, his passion and enthusiasm for the game.
Absolutely.
But look, he was a real tough competitor, and certainly would have been probably our most competitive player in the senior men's team, and got very upset if he didn't see the same from his teammates.
A real force of nature.
Absolutely, and he instilled that into our women's team as well. He really did, and they become a lot tougher as people and as cricketers on the back of his work with them. So we hope that they'll keep improving. But he set the foundation well, and Aaron is now continuing that.
Yeah, and we wish Aaron all the best. He's really very new to the role, and he's had a great start. And as I say, we wish him and his coaching colleagues nothing but the best of luck. Continuing to bowl here now, it's Lucy O'Reilly. We're in the 10th over. It's been a good start for Lucy.
Yeah, she's done well. She's been pretty much on the money.
Yeah, very much so. It's a great bit of fielding on Lucy's part there. Fantastic cricket.
Saved another run there.
Absolutely.
Great dive, got a hand to it, and just managed to save the single. You mentioned the other coaches there as well, Heatley, and worth mentioning that we've increased our coaching staff in that we appointed a coach to each of the 3 Super 3s teams. So the Scorchers, the Dragons and the Typhoons each have a coach. Another slightly wider ball there, but good length, and played and missed there. Well stopped by Mary Waldron. Another dot ball. But Rob O'Connor, Chris Siddle and Matt Lunson have all been assisting Aaron with coaching those 3 teams, and also assisting him in the national team as well. Rob O'Connor taking an assistant role for these 3 matches.
Yeah.
That one's a lot shorter. It's on the boundary, and she's got it.
That's a really good catch, and nothing more than Lucy deserves. It's been a really good spell of bowling on Lucy's part. She dropped that one a little short.
Part of the plan, perhaps, Heatley.
Oh, I've no doubt. I've absolutely no doubt about that.
But no, she got hold of it, but didn't hit it hard enough. And Claire Shillington didn't need to make too much ground, and took it very comfortably there. So that's a big wicket.
That's a huge wicket, and as I say, it's really no more than Lucy deserves. She's bowled really well. She's bowled a good line and a good length. She's a young girl of 16 years of age, highly competitive, very good sports girl, good hockey player. But certainly I know cricket is her first love, and we've mentioned earlier that her father Peter was a former...
Yeah, sure, yeah. That was your priority.
And the new bat person is Elisa Perry.
I think Heatley, she's the 2nd youngest girl to ever have played an international.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
An official international.
O'Reilly to the wicket. Good length as well.
Nicks it straight through first.
Yeah. Will it go for 4? Unfortunately, it just beats Gabby Lewis there. 4 runs.
Yeah, tough one. Genuine nick that. And
absolutely.
Bowling a good line there, and had she had first slip in there, she may well have taken a 2nd wicket.
The only Irish person pleased to see that run to the boundary is probably the head groundsman here, Dale McDonough. He'll be delighted to see that run at such pace to the boundary rope. And well done to you, Dale, and to all your team on preparing such a good wicket and having the ground in such excellent condition. It hasn't been easy given the conditions that we've had.
No, it certainly hasn't. It's a different day now. We sat sitting here in baking sunshine, and it was like a horrible November day at about 11 o'clock this morning, and probably about 3 o'clock this afternoon as well. So it's been a huge turnaround, and they've done a cracking job, the ground staff.
Yeah, great. Richard, I'm going to thank you very much indeed for your contribution.
Not at
Your
all.
insight into the ladies' game early on was fantastic and very informative. We thank you for it, and I hate to tell you I'll be calling upon your services over the next couple of days, so look after that larynx of yours now, and look forward to speaking to you later. Thanks, Richard.
No problem. Thank you.
Ten overs gone now in the first of the 3 series T20 International between Ireland and Australia. Kieran Metcalf coming back on to bowl after 10 overs. The score is 73 for the loss of 2 wickets, and I'm delighted to be joined in the commentary box here by a guy who many of our listeners will be very familiar with, Kevin O'Brien. Good to have you with us this afternoon.
Cheers, Heatley. Place is looking super, eh?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, sure is. And Kevin, as many of you know, is an iconic cricketer for Ireland. Been playing for Ireland for many, many years now, and learned his cricket just round the corner from here.
I did indeed. A local rival club, Railway Union. Many's a battle with YMCA over the years, and hard fought in the pitch, and very, very friendly off it.
Yeah. Kevin, tell us about your sort of thoughts on ladies cricket. I'm sure you've seen a bit of it over the last year or so now. What do you think of the game?
Yeah, I think it's certainly growing here in Ireland. I think the numbers of young girls playing the game has increased. And I think days like today and this weekend is going to be pivotal for women's cricket moving forward.
Metcalf bowling, Lanning just tickling it round the corner, down to fine leg for 2 runs. Well fielded by Laura Delaney.
I'm very impressed with Lucy O'Reilly.
She's bowled super, fielded super.
Yeah, for a young kid, looks like she just wants to bowl quick, which is great to see.
Absolutely, yeah. We were just talking about the number of girls who have sort of brothers or fathers who were involved in the game, and you, of course, would be familiar with Lucy's dad, Peter.
Yeah, of course. I think that's it's a great, I suppose, thing we have here in Irish cricket. I think families play a huge part in club cricket, and and producing internationals, both males and females. So I think I suppose the next task is for Cricket Ireland to try and get those who wouldn't be historically involved in the game at such a young age. If we can get a couple of hurlers to
I'll tell you,
pick up a cricket bat and put down a hurl, we'd be fantastic.
Now you're talking, my friend. I think one of the great things that Cricket Ireland have done over the past number of years is introduce Ireland to so many of what we would call national schools. So they've brought cricket to a whole new audience.
Yeah, definitely. I think if you look at, I know there's the Junior Boys Cup is called the Leprechaun Cup. And then the female cup is called the Collini Cup, I think it is. And
correct.
Brian O'Rourke's been instrumental in improving the standard of club cricket, schools cricket. Sorry.
Kim Garth coming back on to bowl. It's a good start from Kim. Just pushed out through the covers for a single. Score moves on to 78 runs for the loss of 2 wickets. We're in the 12th over. Delighted to be joined in the commentary box by Kevin O'Brien. And Kevin, you have a fairly big fixture against the Aussies yourself next week.
Yes, next Thursday. Well played. Yeah, we obviously have the Hanley Energy International next Thursday. So we meet up as a squad on Tuesday up in Belfast. So hopefully we can play well, and hopefully we get a bit of sunshine like today. So it's going to be a great occasion for the Irish supporters to see the world champions, the Australians, in action up close and personal.
For sure. I mean, Garth coming to the wicket, approaches the wicket, bowls a good length ball, just pushed out to Lucy O'Reilly at point there, no single. Just saying it's a measure of where cricket has come, Kevin, over the last number of years, that in the space of sort of 7 days, both the ladies and the men's world champions are playing against our national sides.
Yeah, it's a great achievement from Cricket Ireland. Who would have thought that, 7 or 8 years ago when I made my debut in a relatively low-key game against Sussex. So it's great to see how much the game has moved forward here. Not just the male game, we speak a lot about the male game, but today and this weekend it's all about the female, so it's great to see.
Another good delivery, just pushed for a single. Kim Garth. Kim has played many times for this Irish side, and over the past number of weeks has actually captained the Irish side in the county championships and has done a really good job. Just to let our listeners know, and by the way, if you've just joined us, you're very welcome. It's great to have you on board. We're live streaming here from Claremont Road, Ireland against Australia, and for those of you watching the game and watching this particular bowler, Kim Garth is a female Dublin footballer as well. Quality footballer, yeah.
She's multi-talented, eh?
Indeed, absolutely. Like a lot of the girls.
Exactly. It's an important stage, I think, in the game. I think Ireland need to maybe restrict the singles. Seems like they're getting too many easy ones.
Yeah, we're certainly 12 overs gone. It is a vital stage, and Lanning just exercising her authority. We were just talking about earlier, Kevin, how fantastic it is to have someone of Meg Lanning's ability playing against the Irish girls. Fantastic for them.
Yeah, of course, and her partner with her there, Elise Perry. I think she's number 1 in the world, number 1 all around her.
Absolutely.
Watched a bit of the Ashes there in the last couple of weeks. She's a phenomenal bowler, so she's going to prove tricky later on. But
yep.
As you say, it's a great experience for the Irish women here, and if they can keep Australia to, I don't know, maybe 150, they might have an outside chance. But they need to get a couple of wickets, I think, and try and restrict their run rate slightly.
Yeah, it's Laura Delaney back on to bowl now from the Wazir end. Good start to the over. Well fielded on her part. Laura Delaney is one of the young cricketers in this Irish side. Very competent all-round cricketer. Delaney just bowling a little short there and hit out to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. As Kevin has said, 2 really of the world's great lady cricketers at the crease here are present, both Perry and Lanning, enormously competent cricketers. And it's one of the great things about ladies cricket, Kevin, is the press and coverage that it's getting. Even the current Ashes series, it's been really good.
Yeah, it's been huge. I think Ashes cricket, and if it's male or female, it's always big, but what Sky Sports have done for women's cricket,
absolutely, has
been fantastic. So it's great to see, and there's a slight field change there. Deep in the wicket going out from short third man. So if I had the bat in my hand, I might be looking to play a little reverse sweep here and use the bowler's pace and get some run, get maybe a 2 or a 3. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, we're in the 13th over, and as Kevin has alluded to, I think it's crucial from an Irish perspective that we pick up a wicket now very shortly. These two looking very comfortable.
I think they've been in good form as we've seen in the Ashes. So they're probably their 2 best players. So we, as you said, we need to get a wicket here and get the new batswoman on strike and try and get some dots.
Yeah. Delaney to Perry. That's good delivery. Yeah. Every dot ball is a very valuable ball at this stage in the innings. We're in the 13th over. The Australian score has moved on to 90 for the loss of 2 wickets. Certainly any Irish nerves that there were early on, I'm sure, have been eliminated at this stage. It's just pushed down the ground for a single. And as Kevin has said, and I think it's got to be uppermost in the Irish ladies' thoughts to try and restrict the Australian ladies to in and around the 150 mark.
Yeah, you know, you got 7 overs. You know, I think Australia will be looking for 170. You know, it's not a big ground by any stretch of the imagination. So, you know, in the last 3 or 4 overs, they can look for maybe 40 runs. So, I think Ireland, as we said, wickets are key in T20. If you can constantly take wickets in the middle period of the innings, it restricts the batting team to attack a little bit later on.
O'Reilly continuing to bowl, and she does so to Perry. She runs in from the Claremont Road end. Single taken to mid-wicket there. O'Reilly has certainly been the pick of the Irish bowlers so far, Kevin.
Yeah, well, her plans look fairly simple. You know, hit a good line on length with the wicketkeeper up, restricts the batter in the crease, and just looking to hit maybe the top of off stump. And I know for myself, playing in T20 and bowling, that's probably the best plan you can have. I'd be very surprised if more than maybe 15% of her balls are actually missing the stumps, which you know brings most of dismissals into the game with LB and bowled.
Absolutely.
So I think it's maybe we've been a little bit short and wide. The seamers early on, especially there's a lot of cut shots that went for 4, so that could be an area to look to improve in the next game.
We were just saying Villani, who opened the batting for Australia, what a good cutter and puller she was of the ball, and we sort of played to her strengths in one sense.
Yeah, we're growing up on the harder wickets in Australia. I think, like South Africa as well, you know, a lot of players like to cut and pull. So if the minute you give them a bit of width, you know, more times than not they'll pounce on it and put it away. So it's a little bit of sloppy fielding there at mid wicket, but I think there's too many singles for my liking in the ring. The fielders are sitting back and allowing them to get singles. I'd have them a bit tighter, maybe stopping the ones.
O'Reilly into bowl. It's just a single, well fielded by Garth. It's extraordinary, Kevin, and you'd know better than most really the growth of this format of the game, the T20 format of the game. It's just exploded in the last number of years.
Yeah, it's huge now. You know, obviously the IPL started it all off. So well bowled.
Yeah, very well bowled.
Again, an easy single, unfortunately, and they're just rotating the strike. Australia, you know, the bowlers are bowling good balls, but they're still going for singles, which is frustrating. But yeah, the IPL started off, and you know, you've got big leagues all across the world. You know, the Big Bash has been very successful in Australia, and I know there's a female Big Bash starting next year.
You've had a bit of fun in a few big bashes down the years, Kev.
I mean, I've been very lucky to experience some overseas tournaments, Caribbean and Bangladesh. So
I don't think it's luck. I don't think it's luck.
That's a very good over from Lucia O'Reilly.
Maybe
6 off it, I think, which is what Ireland need to just restrict the boundaries and try and apply some pressure on the Australian batsmen.
I think one of the things about this series, Kevin, is, you know, what the Irish ladies will take from this. I mean, just playing the world champions, you know, seeing as to how they play the game. I mean, it's got to stand them in good stead going forward.
Yeah, definitely, you know, but I think the Irish team and the squad, the management, you know, they'll be looking to win first and foremost. You know, they're not here to make up the numbers. You know, and I know the coach will have them working hard in the weeks leading up to this series. So, you know, a very confident team, the Irish women. You know, they'll know if they can restrict Australia to around about 150, you know, 140, 150, they've got a great chance of winning. So, you know, it'll be a great run chase now later on.
For sure.
As Elena Tice comes back on.
Yeah. Elena now coming on from the Wes Earl end. Elena, a really good all-rounder, has been on the Irish side for a number of years now. Bowls her leg breaks and sort of bats 6, 7, 8, and a very competent cricketer. First ball of the over, just pushed for a single into Waldron. Australia 91 for 2 in the 15th over. Certainly been a good fielding performance on the part of the Irish team. Finally cut there. They take 2 runs. Good work on the part of Lucy O'Reilly, a good chase, a good throw into Waldron.
Yeah, the girls have fielded very well. 2 good catches, Gabby Lewis and Claire Shillington.
Yeah, absolutely.
The ground fielding's been quite tidy as well.
Yeah. Little short, pulled away for 1 run.
This is a good little period here now. 8 or 9 balls without conceding a boundary. With 5.5 overs to go, there could be a couple of big shots coming up here. Meg landing on 41, so she'll be looking to increase her strike rate now in the last 4 overs or so.
It's a beautiful cricket shot on the part of Lanning.
Again, not a boundary, which is
No,
good from
yeah.
the Irish point of view.
Lanning moving on to 43. The umpires today, Gordon Black and Azam Ali Beg. For those of you just joining us, can I bid you a very warm welcome, or as we say on these shores, Céad Míle Fáilte. It's great to have so many of you with us today. This is the first in a 3-match series between Ireland and Australia. Ireland won the toss. Isabel Joyce, the Irish skipper, won the toss and elected to field. And there's a super catch. There's another fantastic
Gabby
catch.
Lewis
Kevin.
again, I think, diving right to her left, and that's a big wicket.
That is a huge wicket.
2 overs without conceding a boundary, and the Australian pair at the wicket were looking to up the run rate. So it gives us a chance now to get the new batswoman on strike and to try and bowl a few dots. It's a crucial period coming into the last 5 overs. If we can get a few dots to the new batswoman, it could restrict Australia to maybe 140.
Absolutely. Well, the voice of sense and of reason beside me, delighted to be joined by Kevin O'Brien, who just talked about the pressure that the Irish team had exerted on the Aussies, and terrific catch there, and Gabby has fielded and caught really well today.
Yeah, her second catch, ground fielding's gonna be good, but you think Gabby is 16 or 17 years old. She should be a good fielder at that age.
Absolutely.
I think what's good to see with this Irish team compared to teams in the past is you've got a lot of young players out there who are willing to throw themselves around the field, and I think that's the way cricket, especially women's cricket, has gone in the last 5 or 6 years.
For sure. Oh, absolutely.
The fielding standard has increased.
Oh, no end. And I have to put my somewhat biased hat on, Kevin. Gabby's also my goddaughter.
Are you taking credit for her
Oh,
fielding
absolutely,
skills?
absolutely.
I haven't seen you dive that much deeply in a good few years.
Yes, I didn't have that many skills on the cricket field, Kevin, and I'm afraid to say certainly diving wasn't one of them. Well bowled by Garth, hitting her straps well, good length, well taken by Waldron.
Now you just see that what the wicket's done to even Elise Perry here now. She knows that if she gets out at this stage, you'll have two new batters in who haven't faced the ball, so she's just looking now to rotate it around and just get the odd single. That wicket now has probably delayed Australia's onslaught at the end to maybe an extra over, so it's a crucial wicket, and if we can pick up another one, it's going to be fantastic for the Irish team.
Garth bowling really well here today, coming in from the Claremont Road end, approaching the wicket, right arm over the wicket, good length, good ball, just the single taken there. Another good bit of fielding on the part of the Irish. As Kevin has alluded to, it's been a really good spell on the part of the Irish here. We're here in Claremont Road, which is the home of the YMCA Cricket Club. It's on Dublin's south side. It's in the village of Sandymount, and within this vicinity there are 4 cricket clubs. There's the YMCA Cricket Club, where we're broadcasting from today. Kevin's club, which is just around the corner, and his family are steeped in all things Railway Union. Across the road, here's a chance of a run out.
That's great
and
fielding.
That's a tremendous bit of work. no more than the Irish deserve, Kevin.
Yeah, exactly. You know, as we said, the last 3 overs have been brilliant. You know, execution of the skills from the Irish bowlers, and they're getting their rewards. 2 wickets now in the space of 5 or 6 balls. You know, and Ireland will be looking now to I'd say to restrict Australia to below 140, and that's going to be an excellent achievement.
It's been a really good spell the last 3 overs on the part of the Irish ladies, and I hope you're enjoying this broadcast wherever you may be viewing it from. And can I say a special hello to our Australian friends? I'm sure there are many Australians watching this, and it's just bang on 6 o'clock here in Dublin. It's a lovely summer's evening, Wednesday evening. Ireland playing Australia, great crowd in, real buzz today in the ground. The fact that Ireland are playing against the world champions and are playing so well, 104 for 4. We're in the 16th over. Kim Garth is bowling and is bowling exceptionally well. The Irish girls really have the bit between their teeth here, going really well. Delighted to be joined in the commentary box by Kevin O'Brien. Many of you will be very familiar with Kevin's exploits for Ireland down the years. Kevin playing for Ireland next week against the Australian men. It's Garth to bowl, getting a little bit of lift there and really well taken. Super take by Mary Waldron.
Yeah, I'm sure there'll be, you alluded to the Australians watching. I'm sure there'll be one Australian watching with maybe a split view on this game. With, of course, Trent Johnson used to coach the women's team here and has now taken up a head coaching role with the New South Wales stateside. So I wish Trent all the best. I'm sure he's watching here, and Vanessa's probably calling up to bed as we speak. But certainly looking at that last ball there from Kim Garth, I think there's a bit of bounce in this wicket, especially bowling from this pavilion end. So I think Elise Perry might be marking a run up from this end and looking forward to getting the ball in their hand.
Another tremendous bit of work.
Yeah, super bit of work from Elena Tice and Mary Waldron. Slight bit of flight and turned a little bit, and the batter was down the wicket, and smart piece of work by the wicketkeeper. Australia now 104 for 5 off 16.1 overs, so a great fight back from the Irish team here, and you know they'll be absolutely delighted with this, and hopefully now a few more wickets and Ireland will restrict them to below 140.
Cheers, Kevin, and I think it was
you okay there, Heatley?
I'm just fine. It was the talk of Trent Johnson. TJ, you always did it to me, my friend.
Very good, very good.
But as Kevin has said, it's been a really fantastic spell for Ireland here. We've bowled really well the last couple of overs. Elena Tice bowling here and taking the last wicket. Great piece of work on the part of Mary Waldron, the Irish keeper. Australia now 104 for 5. Tice bowling her leg breaks, just pushed down the ground for 1. I can't remember when the last boundary was, Kevin.
I was just trying to ask someone here behind me. It's at least 3 or 4 overs, I think. So that just shows boundaries. They really are key in 2020 cricket. They keep the scoreboard ticking over. More than 4 overs since the last boundaries, we've been told. So it's a great fight back from the Irish bowlers.
Super well bowled again by Tice. Really bowling a really good length. Crucial stage in the game. We're in the 17th over. And you can certainly hear the chirpiness on the part of the Irish ladies. The volume on their part has been upped considerably, with every good reason.
Yeah, I think the Ireland bowlers have bowled very well, but especially the spinners. I think Elena Tice has bowled well this spell. You know, Ciara Metcalf coming on in the 3rd over of a T20 is very difficult as a leg spinner. But she showed some good control and got the first wicket, of course.
Beautifully swept there. Just the one run, very well fielded by Laura Delaney. Well picked up and well gathered, and a fine throw into Waldron. We're just talking about family connections, Kevin, and the Irish ladies captain is Isabel Joyce, and you know a thing or two about her brothers, should I say.
Yeah, of course. Isabel and Cecilia playing here today. Their brothers Ed Joyce, who's our current number 3 batsman, and of course his younger brother Dom Joyce, who's I think he's maybe had 45 or 50 caps for Ireland. So don't forget their other brothers, Gus and Damien. There's a few of them there. I think there's 9 in total. So
absolutely,
they're 2 off making a full team. So
yeah,
we always joked in the past of a Joyce team versus an O'Brien team. So be interesting to see that and who'd come out on top.
I tell you, don't rule it out happening, yeah, Kevin.
Well, I think we're all just getting a little bit older now, so the bodies wouldn't last.
And some would say cuter and better as well, Kevin.
Well, I'm not so sure, but you'll have to ask my wife there.
Coming on to bowl now from the Claremont Road end, it's Laura Delaney. Laura plays her cricket out of the Leinster Cricket Club here in Dublin. It's located in the suburb of Rathmines. Wonderful cricket club, hosted many international matches down the years. Delaney comes into bowl, 3 or 4 yards. It's a good shot. It should just be a single. It is just a single.
Strong shot down the ground there, but just hearing the Kim Gart's bowling figures there, 4 overs for 19, which is phenomenal bowling in any T20 game. And
how fantastic is that?
At those type of figures, you know, they're the figures that restrict teams to below 140. So it's going to be key now that the Irish bowlers can finish off these last 3 overs, stick to the same plans that we've seen in the last 3 or 4 overs, and pick up a few wickets.
Absolutely. It seems like only a minute ago, Kevin, when we were talking about perhaps 150, 160, even 170. And
yeah, definitely. I think the Aussies, might have been 90 for 2, I think, off 12 overs. Maybe a little bit more than that, but it's just a fight back here from the Irish bowlers and fielders. Has been very, very good. A very good catch and a run out in the last 3 wickets.
For sure. Delaney to bowl, comes to the wicket, right arm over the wicket. It's a good shot. Shauna Kavanagh out there in the deep. Well fielded by Shauna. Restricts the Australians to just 2 runs. Again, one of the things that we've been talking about is the lack of boundaries on the part of the Australians, down to some quality bowling and indeed quality fielding on the part of Ireland.
Yes, it's some good bowling here by Laura Delaney. You know, just bowling again straight, but just a length that the batsmen can't find themselves hitting through the ball. So it's just back of a length, and if the batter wants to take a risk, she needs to maybe go over mid wicket. But that's into the wind.
Yeah, absolutely. Should just be the 1 run. Well fielded by Garth. Really well fielded.
I think you can see the intent of the Australia batters there. They're reluctant to hit it onto the leg side over towards the hockey pitch and net area, because that's where the wind comes from. So they're looking to hit it over cover to try and get the ball up in the wind, and hopefully it'll skip away for a few boundaries. So something maybe the Irish batters can take note for the second innings.
Yeah, absolutely. Delaney to bowl, bowling. Just 1 single. No. Australia taking a second. Hitting it down to mid-on. Good over on the part of Delaney all the same. That's 18 overs gone. And the score moves on to 114 for the loss of 5 wickets. Ireland playing Australia on a beautiful summer's evening here in Dublin. I look over at the scoreboard and I see Dale McDonough, the head groundsman here in YMCA, and you talked about the quality of the wicket earlier on, Kevin. Well done to him and to his team.
Exactly, yeah. And in difficult conditions earlier on this morning, lashing rain.
Pity.
Put down by Garth there.
Pity. A chance that you would have expected Kim to take.
Yeah, definitely had to move to her right, maybe 5 or 10 yards. But it was a nice height, maybe the sun, but a chance goes down, which will be disappointing.
Yeah.
Things like that can hand momentum to the batting team.
Absolutely.
Instead of getting a wicket there, Elena Tice is going for a single, and you know, it's those little things that separate the best from the rest. So fingers crossed from the Irish point of view, it doesn't cause too much mayhem here in the last 10 balls.
Yeah. Tice again to bowl. Well bowled on her part. Well taken by Mary Waldron. Ireland bowling really well, fielding really well. Real buzz around the ground. Great to see the ground so full. All the benches to my left hand side taken up. It's a really good shot for 4 runs. That's the
6. It's gone all the way.
It's gone all the way. Oh. Super shot.
Super shot, using her feet down the wicket. Not worried again about the spin, but again hitting with the wind over mid wicket there towards the longer side of the boundary, and it's gone all the way. That drop now could be crucial now in the last 6 or 7 balls here.
Yeah. It's Tice just dropping it short there. Cameron coming back for a second and gets a comfortable second. 124 for the loss of 5 wickets. We're in the second last over. We're in the 19th over. It is the first of 3 T20s between Ireland and Australia. Just over the bowler's head, but well fielded, exceptionally well fielded. Brilliant bit of fielding there on the part of Kim Garth.
Nonchalantly stopped there on the boundary. Very good piece of fielding from Kim Garth there, restricting the Australian batters to 2 and saving 2 runs. So final over coming up now. I think Australia will be looking for 140. Finish well here, and you know, that will be a challenging total for the Irish batters. But if you can finish well here, Lucy O'Reilly coming on to bowl, and you know, maybe get a couple of wickets as the Australians look to hit out, Ireland can restrict them to 130, which would be a very, very chaseable total on this very good wicket.
Absolutely. Lucy's bowled really well today, Kevin.
Yeah, we alluded to that earlier on. Again, plans were very simple, just to bowl back of a length, hitting middle and off stump, which is it's not a complicated thing. You know, she obviously has a lot of confidence in her own ability at such a young age. It's great to see. As we said, she just looks like she wants to bowl fast, which is great to see for Irish cricket, but also women's cricket as well.
Absolutely. And Lucy's just off the back of a 4-wicket haul last weekend for Ireland in a T20 game over in the UK, so she must be brimming with confidence. Good first delivery. 2 runs taken. Good throw on the part of Laura Delaney, throwing the stumps down. Good start though by Lucy O'Reilly. Just 5 deliveries to go. Australia 126 for 5. As Kevin has said, we'd be looking to restrict them to 130, 135.
Yes, of course. Big 5 balls now in the match. It's a good dot ball.
It's a good dot ball. It's a smashing dot ball.
Slightly shorter and a little bit outside off stump. You know, taking a little bit of a chance there. You know, a little edge, and that would have went for 4. But that's the margins in T20. You can bowl a good ball and get hit out of the park, as we saw Elena Tyson last over. And you can bowl slightly not where you want to land it and get away with it. So that's T20 in a nutshell. Yeah,
indeed it is. Just looking at O'Reilly coming to the wicket here.
Oh, I think I'm 1 ball ahead here.
Your foresight knows no bounds, Kevin.
Very unlucky from the bowler. Again, back of a length. The Australian batters looking to carve that over mid wicket, and an outside edge goes away to the boundary. But keep the head up here now, Ireland, and finish strongly in the last 3 balls.
Just looking at Lucy before she bowled that last ball, I've seen a lot of Lucy play cricket, and she's certainly pumped for this. In she comes. It's a good ball.
Good bit of fielding by Cecilia Joyce on the
boundary. Super bit of fielding. Yeah.
And a strong throw into the bowler.
Certainly the ground fielding has been very strong on the part of the Irish ladies here today. They've done exceptionally well. O'Reilly to the wicket, right arm over the wicket.
Looking for 2 again, the non-striker. She's turned and gone straight away.
Yeah,
That's great running. Great
super
running.
Yeah, super running on the part of Jess Cameron.
Very difficult for Cecilia Joyce there, long on. If you watch Cameron backing up, you know, she's 2 or 3 yards out of her ground when just as Lucy O'Reilly bowls the ball. So very difficult for the fielders on the boundary to stop those 2s. Good smart cricket from the Australians.
Tickled away just for 4 runs, just behind square.
Very well played by that last over there, going for maybe 12 or 13 runs. Australia up to 140, which they'll be happy with, and I think the Irish team will be too.
Yeah, I would have thought so, Kevin. Yeah, I think it's been a really good effort on the part of the Irish side. Certainly at one stage we were looking at the Australian ladies maybe amassing 160, 170. That sort of spell between the 11th and sort of 15th, 16th over, a really strong spell for Ireland.
Yeah, definitely, you know, and we mentioned the fact that I think it was 4 overs without a boundary, and you know, that really brought the Irish team back into the game. But you know, as we said, it's all about momentum in 2020 cricket, and you know, those last 10 balls for the Australians, they probably got 22 runs, so they finished strongly, and they'll go into the half-time break here with the momentum that they gained. So again, a crucial unfortunate drop there along on from Kim Garth kind of gave the impetus to the Australian batters for the last over.
Yeah, and as Kevin has said, the Australians have finished on a score of 140, and probably if Ireland were asked at the start of the innings, they perhaps might have taken that. It certainly gives Ireland a very chaseable total, and as the PA announcer, Fergus Carroll from the Clontarf Club here in Dublin makes his announcements, I'll thank Kevin very much indeed for his great contribution over the past 10 overs. And if I can take the opportunity, Kevin, to wish you and your colleagues all the best of luck next Thursday up in Belfast. It promises to be a fantastic game.
Thank you, Healy. Yeah, really looking forward to it. As I said earlier on, fingers crossed we get the weather here today, next week, and it promises to be a great game.
Great. And Kevin, I hope you may be around. Tomorrow, or indeed on Saturday. You might nip in and say hello to us again.
If I'm around, you know, I'll show them ahead, and fingers crossed we can see another spirited performance from the Irish bowlers.
Thanks very much indeed to Kevin O'Brien, and just delighted to mention that Hanley Energy have just taken up sponsorship of Cricket Ireland, and that's certainly a very exciting announcement, and well done to them. And we look forward to the Hanley Energy game next Thursday, as Kevin has mentioned, between Ireland and Australia in Stormont. I've no doubts it will be another great occasion for Irish cricket. So at the interval here in Claremont Road, Australia lost the toss and were inserted. Australia scored 140 runs for the loss of 5 wickets, and we'll be back with you very shortly from Claremont Road. And welcome back to the YMCA Cricket Club here in Sandymount. Australia lost the toss. Ireland winning the toss, elected to bowl. Australia batting first, therefore scored 140 runs, and Ireland need 141 to win. Delighted to be joined in the commentary box by a bit of a legendary Irish cricket commentator, John Kenny. Hi, John. How are you?
I'm good. Yeah.
Good to have you as always.
Yes, Jess Jonathan is bowling for Australia at the far end, the Wes Earl end, opening the bowling for Australia. Good performance by the Irish when they were considered that in the 14th over their Australians were 97. To restrict them 140 is pretty good effort. Obviously they're going to have to go some against the 3-time T20 world champions in reply, but they give themselves some kind of hope, because we were looking at maybe 160, 170.
Absolutely. And I think from sort of overs 14 to 18, I don't think the Aussies hit a boundary.
Well, there's one now.
Yep.
Full toss. Got exactly what it deserves from the captain, Isabel Joyce. Down to the mid-wicket boundary, and that's 4 to the Irish total, takes them on to 5 for none in the first over. This is what they can do, just keep the scoreboard ticking over.
Absolutely.
Because it's a very gettable target, especially on a bit of a green wicket out there as well. Very much Irish conditions, as we know.
Yeah. Quick outfield. The opening batters for Ireland. The skipper, Isabel Joyce, and she's joined by Claire Shillington, both very experienced. Both very experienced Irish cricketers, and as John has said, if we can just keep the scoreboard ticking, and that's a good first over on the part of the Irish team.
6 off the first over of that over from Jess Jonathan, and of course the Australian women's cricket team very much in the news with the Ashes series and beating England in the last game, so they come here obviously on a very much on a high. Ireland have done well, obviously. I've been keeping track of them in their county championship games, especially in the T20 variety of them games. So as we mentioned, restricting them to 140 is a very good performance, and to score 6 off their first over, it's a good start, including a bounty for Isabel Joyce. That'll give her a little bit of confidence, not that she needs most of it. Very experienced Irish captain, and obviously Claire Shillington at the other end has scored an awful lot of runs for Ireland, but obviously these two need to stay together for at least a good 8, perhaps to 10 overs, to build some momentum and build a platform from which Ireland can go on from here.
Absolutely. And opening the bowling for Australia from the Claremont Road end, it's Elise Perry, and Elise is probably, I can safely say, the quickest bowler in the women's game.
Oh, it's a top catch. Would have been a very good catch as well. Diving away to our right hand side there was Erin Osborne, diving away to the left I should say. Got a good hand to it, good strong firm hand to it. It would have been a hell of a catch if she'd taken that, but in the end it was a good stop, because they would have gone through her for 4.
Absolutely. Just talking about Perry as an opening bowler, John, she really is a quality operator. You know, she's bowling at 75, 76.
It's a good shot.
That's a super shot.
It's a good shot for 1 indeed from Claire Shillington. Good diving stop from Jess Cameron. But yeah, Elise Perry takes, when you compare it to the Irish bowlers, a lot longer run up as well. Nearly twice the likes of say Lucy O'Reilly, who was bowling from this end the last couple of overs. You can see her, she's nearly out of the markers as well, so she's coming in from some distance. All right, she's a big tall girl as well. The Australians, you can see out there, a lot taller than their Irish counterparts. And that's bowled.
And that's, I'm afraid, is the, from an Irish perspective, that is the first wicket to fall. John was just talking about the quality of bowling that Perry can and does deliver on a very regular basis, and she clean bowls the Irish captain Isabel Joyce with the score at 7. And I was just going to say how competent Shillington had looked in this over. You know, her first shot, mind you, where she was dropped, but she hit it with real vigour, and that cover drive was a beautiful shot, which was very well fielded on the part of the Australians. So a good confident start on the part of Shillington.
Yeah, but that's disappointment for the captain, Isabel Joyce. Ball on a length, Yorker length as well. And as mentioned, that Perry is a very, very tall girl, tall bowler, bowling from a height as well, and that's completely deceived the Irish captain. Yorker length, and hit the middle stump. So not the greatest of starts for Ireland. 7 for 1 in the second over, and Perry is going to be at half full, and we've got the new batsman at the crease, which is Cecilia Joyce, Isabel's sister.
Absolutely. The Joyce sisters have been a formidable pairing on this Irish side for many years now. Two really competent and confident cricketers. Certainly they're going to need Cecilia's going to need all her skill sets here facing Perry. She's bowling from the Claremont Road end. Big stride, tall girl, bowls. Beautiful cricket shot for no run. Hit out through the covers.
Yeah, good stop once again. A short extra cover by Jess Cameron, patrolling that area of the field quite well. Lovely evening here for a game of cricket. The rain was pouring in Dublin earlier on today, across the country indeed, so we were lucky enough to get some cricket on. It'll be a half an hour delay. As you mentioned earlier on, Ireland winning the toss and pulling Australia in. Seems to be a good toss to win, but Ireland got some work to do, with Perry bowling now from this end, the Sandymount Road end, and half-hearted appeal for LBW has gone down the leg side.
Down the leg side,
so
yeah.
That's the end of the second over, and Ireland on to 7 for 1 with Isabel Joyce out for 4.
And just the one run coming off that Perry over. I think it could well be the case that the Irish ladies are potentially going to have to look at attacking from the Wes Earl end, John, because Perry is a quality operator.
Looks like they're rotating their bowling. Looks like a new bowler coming in at the far end. We'll get their name presently. Jess Jonathan bowled the first over. Is she coming out for the second? I think she is, actually. This is a continuation of her spell.
Yes.
Bowling to Shillington.
Claire Shillington, a veteran of the Irish ladies team, plays her cricket out of the YMCA club here in Sandymount.
Let's paddle around the corner.
Yeah.
Obviously she knows this ground well.
Absolutely.
Coming in from the wicket boundary to field that was Megan Schutt. Megan didn't get a chance to bat. So it will be Cecilia Joyce facing her first delivery at this Sandymount Road end.
I think one of the things, John, that's been very striking about the ladies' game in the last number of years is just the quality of both the ground fielding and indeed the catching.
Yeah.
We saw that with the Irish ladies first up. They were really superb, I thought.
Well, the men started that kind of trend really back in around 2005, getting their fielding right, and that's obviously the platform they're laying here. That was a good shot actually there recently from Cecilia Joyce, just playing it down towards that vacant third man area and picking up 3 runs. And opens her account.
Shillington on strike. Short ball, wide ball.
And they'll pick up 2.
Pick up 2, yeah. Well run on the part of Joyce.
I suppose you could blame the wicketkeeper there, Leisha Healy. But the ball was down the leg side, so
when I saw her walk past me and I saw the name Healy, I was just thinking to myself, when I think of the great Australian wicketkeepers, it's a pretty familiar name.
That's a good choice. Shot once again from Cecilia Joyce down the ground, foot to the pitch of the ball, pushed it down for a single. And now that our sister Isabel has departed the scene, again a lot on the shoulders of these two Irish batsmen, with Shillington now facing again. Went for the big heave.
And is bowled, I'm afraid.
And yeah, bowled.
Yeah, clean bowled, as John said. She tried to sweep that out to mid-wicket from Shillington's perspective without any success. Shillington departs and
you can hear the dulcet tones of Fergus Carroll in the background there, giving that dismissal. Ireland 14 for 2 now. And Laura Delaney as the one who replaces Shillington, but bit of a false stroke that, down on one knee, trying to crack that over the head of the bowler perhaps.
I'm not quite sure whether it was there for the shot she was trying to play. However, Laura Delaney from the Leinster Cricket Club in Dublin comes out to join Cecilia Joyce. Laura's had a really good year for Ireland this year, has turned herself into a fine all-rounder, bowled well earlier on today, fielded exceptionally well, and it looks as though now she's going to have to bat really well. Ireland 14 for 2, we're in the third over. Good confident start on the part of Delaney, striding down the wicket.
And that's the end of that over, and Ireland on 14 for 2 now at the end of the third over. Yeah, Delaney, pretty good figures, 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 28, and I actually thought that she just wasn't going to be bossed by Jess Jonathan with that first delivery just down the track to her. So it looks like a good confident stride down the track, and hopefully more runs to come from her.
Yeah, absolutely. For those of you just joining us, can I bid you a very warm welcome. It's great to have you as we live stream this, the first of 3 games between Ireland and Australia.
Good running.
Exceptionally good running. Delighted to be joined by John Kenny. John, a very experienced commentator, and I know, John, you've had the good fortune to commentate on many sports on many great occasions, and I think commentating on TMS has been one of your highlights.
It has, yeah. Down the years I've been very lucky. Started in 2007 with the Cricket World Cup in the West Indies, and continued through a couple of T20s and the World Cup in India and also in Australia and New Zealand recently. That was a lot of journey, big journey, 20 flights in 6 weeks. Perry bowling once again, but no run. Yeah, it was a lot of toing and throwing across from Australia and New Zealand, that was. But worth it to see Ireland win 3.
Absolutely.
3.
And I hope it's not the World Cup. I hope it's not the last World Cup that Ireland will participate in, that you're...
I'd have been in full agreement with that, I must say.
Perry bowling from the Claremont Road end. Really good bowler, Elise Perry. Bowling with both accuracy and pace. Mind you, I have to say, both Joyce and Delaney have played her very comfortably in this over. A couple of fine cricket shots.
Indeed. Cecilia's on 5. No score yet from Laura Delaney, but she seems determined not to get bogged down.
Absolutely.
And is not just standing back in a crease, but actually dancing down the track a couple of times. Here she's facing Perry once again. Go for the quick single, a little bit of yes. But Cecilia Joyce makes her ground at the far end.
No doubt Laura will be glad to have got off the mark. All those who take to the wicket are always glad to get their first run.
It always
gets rid of the old butterflies in the tummy. Well done, Laura. Well done indeed. Ireland moving on to 16 for the loss of 2 wickets. We're in the 4th over. Perry approaching the wicket, right arm over the wicket. That's a really good shot. That's a super cricket shot. Mind you, superb bit of fielding. Absolutely wonderful bit of fielding. Just epitomises what we were talking about earlier, John. The quality of fielding in the women's game now. It's just superb.
Great improvisation from Cecilia Joyce there. Just up on her toes. Just helped the ball on its way over first slip. But superb fielding down there, preventing the 4 runs.
Absolutely, yeah. Good improvisation on the part of Joyce. That sort of late dab, late cut. Perry to the wicket. Really good shot. That is a beautiful cricket shot.
That should run down the hill, all right.
Yeah,
it's going to be 4. That's the first boundary. Second boundary for Ireland.
Yeah, it's a super cricket shot.
So they're on to 18 for 2 now. In fact,
I think
that should be 22 for 2.
I think it should be, and there we go.
22 for 2 at the end of the 4th.
You know, John, apart from losing the 2 wickets, it's actually been a very good start. Very confident start on the part of the Irish. They've gone after the Australian bowling, and they've done so with real competency on their part.
Good stuff from Cecilia and also from Laura Delaney. We're going to have a change of bowling now at the Wes Earl end. It will be Megan Schutt wearing number 3 on her back.
Yeah, the Australian ladies in Ireland for a 3-match series, and as many of our viewers will be aware, they're also in the middle of an Ashes series with England. It's got great coverage on Sky Sports, and it's been great to see them, and equally great to welcome them to our shores. They are the world champions.
It's good running.
Yeah, terrific running.
Delaney just dabbing it into the offside square of the wicket off the bowling of Megan Schutt, and picks up a single. In any form of the game, really, you want to keep the scoreboard ticking over, but particularly in T20, and that's Ireland. What Ireland have to do here now. They've lost those 2 wickets. Just keep the scoreboard ticking over. That didn't miss the wicket by much. That took up Cecilia Joyce.
Yeah, Joyce just trying to work it round the corner, unsuccessfully. Mind you, she's batted really well, Cecilia, sister of the captain Isabel Joyce. Beautiful evening here in the YMCA Cricket Club in Sandymount. Great crowd down to see the world champions against Ireland.
Yeah, if you're around, pop down. It's free entry.
Absolutely, yeah.
And for the game on Friday and also the game on Saturday. Yes, no. Delaney sends Cecilia Joyce back. Yeah, change of times for the games. 4:30, obviously it was 5 o'clock start here because of the weather. 4:30, hopefully we'll get off on time on Friday. And it's a 12 noon start on Saturday here.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Hopefully with the weekend coming up we get an even bigger and better crowd, and if Ireland can obviously pull off what would be, I suppose, a shock result against the world champions, the crowds will increase.
Absolutely. Shoot coming to bowl from the Wes Earl end. Really good shot. There's a superb shot on the part of Cecilia Joyce, just clipping it out to the mid-wicket boundary. Ireland moving on to 27 runs. Good start this on the part of Ireland.
Yeah, that was a lovely shot. Again, making sure that Ireland are not being put to the pin of their collar by the Australian bowling. Again down the track, worked at the mid-wicket, 4 runs.
She's going to have to be quick, which she is. Another really good single on the part of the two girls. Delaney,
sharp call from
yeah,
Cecilia
absolutely,
Joyce as well.
absolutely.
As soon as she hit it, she cried for the single.
Yeah.
And Delaney got to the other end just in time. But good running between the wickets and good calling too.
Yeah, Delaney was running to the danger end there and did so very successfully. Laura Delaney, coming from a very well-known cricketing family in Ireland, the Delaneys.
Should be 4 wides.
And it certainly is that. I was saying, Laura, coming from a really great cricketing family, the Delaney family, and I'll say hello to them all. I hope Laura's mum and dad may be watching, and Gareth, a really fine cricketer, has played for Ireland at under 19 level. Unfortunately got a really bad injury earlier on this year. But Laura doing the family proud here today.
Well, that's a good over for Ireland.
Yeah.
11 come off it. Megan Schutt just a little bit wayward at times, giving away 4 wides, and that nice pull shot from Cecilia Joyce to mid-wicket. So Ireland moving on now to 33 for 2, having lost the early wickets of captain Isabel Joyce, bowled Perry for 4, and Jonathan taking the other opener, Claire Shillington, for 3, also bowled. She went to try and hike one into the stands, but good comeback so far. Since Ireland fell to 14 for 2, they moved on to 33 for 2 now at the end of the 5th. If you make a comparison with that, Australia with 32 off 5, so pretty much dead level.
Absolutely.
32 for 1, in fact. They were.
Some good news breaking today on the part of Cricket Ireland. Delighted to inform you that Hanley Energy, who have been sponsoring the Interpro series, have taken up sponsorship of Cricket Ireland until the end of the year, which is terrific news. It's news that all of us who love the sport here in Ireland have been longing to hear, so congrats to Hanley Energy. We're delighted to have you on board, and may your partnership be a very fruitful and happy one. Great to see you with us until the end of this year, and I hope beyond.
Change of bowling for Australia. It's Erin Osborne now bowling from the Sandymount road end. Right hand round the wicket. And that's worked away.
It's a really good shot.
For 4. Well, it's good fielding down there
superb
as well.
fielding.
Fielder at the mid-wicket boundary coming around to cut off the 4 from Cecilia Joyce's effort. But Ireland now to 35 for 2.
And for those of you not familiar with the Claremont Road ground, there's a little bit of a what we would call a runaway towards the mid-wicket boundary there, so it was an exceptionally good bit of work on the part of the Australians. Another single there taken by Ireland, bringing the score up to 36 for the loss of 2 wickets. We're in the 6th over. Ireland looking to chase down the Australian score of 140 runs and going very successfully at it thus far.
That's clever running once again.
Smash and running.
Delaney just dabbed the ball down in front of her, called Cecilia Joyce through, and she quickly responded. Again, it's that momentum that we're talking about, keeping the scoreboard ticking over. Osborne bowls round the wicket. Claims for LBW. Not
Big
given.
shout. I think from where we're seated, John, I think that was definitely going down the leg side. Laura going up to chat with her batting partner, Cecilia Joyce. The two girls doing really well here.
Yeah, 37 for 2 at the end of the 6th compared to 45 for 1. The Australians at the end of their 6th over. So it's a slight advantage to the Aussies, but Cecilia Joyce has looked good out there. 19 not out, and Delaney good backup on 3 not out.
Umpires Black and Azam Ali Beg looking splendid tonight in their all black attire.
A good friend of mine, Martin Block, worked with them in the days of Pirate Radio back in the mid 80s as the third umpire. In fact, Martin will be standing in the middle tomorrow along with Kevin Gallagher.
Blocky, one of the great radio men.
Indeed.
You're listening to Martin Block.
Change of bowling at the far end now. Grace Harris.
Laura Delaney on strike, and very shortly I'll be joined by Robin Lewis. Robin is sister of Gabby Lewis, who is playing today. Robin in the Irish squad, and we look forward to hearing her views very shortly.
Very tall girl, Grace Harris, bowling now from the Wes Earl end. Bowling over the wicket right-handed, and to Delaney, just dabs it into the leg side, and their quick single. Good call in between the pair. Obviously been working on this.
Yeah, it's certainly been one of the striking features of this partnership is their running between the wicket. It's been really first class. Good, clear, precise calling on both their parts. Joyce on strike. Oh.
Well, that came on her a bit quickly. Joyce just tucked her up. Didn't get the shot she was looking for.
The great Meg Lanning there, prowling in mid-wicket. It's a good shot, well worked.
Yeah, waited for that.
Single.
She just walked back on her heels and just tucked it around the corner.
Yep.
For a single. 40 for 2 now. 101 runs required. Cecilia Joyce is on 20. Delaney is on 5. That's a gift. Didn't really take full advantage of that gift. Low full toss. Just a single. Down to long leg, and that's the end of the 7th over. 40 for 2 now.
Great. John, I'd like to thank you very much for joining us this evening. It's been fantastic having you with us.
Absolute pleasure.
I hope. Are you around for the next couple of days?
Oh, I'm sure I'll get here on Saturday at least. I won't be here on Friday, but definitely here on Saturday.
Great. Well, maybe you join us on Saturday.
Oh, certainly will. Yes.
And thanks very much indeed. I'm going to get a couple of the Irish ladies to join us now. In you come, ladies. You're going to have to share the seat here. We don't quite have the facilities of TMS, but you're both very welcome. Well, ladies, give us your thoughts thus far.
Good girls, good Seeley.
Yeah, I think we've been really positive. We've in the field definitely we kept them under, what was it, 70? No, 70 in 10.
Yeah, we did really well. We did really well. I should say I'm delighted to be joined by Amy Keneally and Robin Lewis, both in the Irish squad, both very experienced cricketers. Amy playing out of the Leinster club in Rathmines. Is it a catch? No, just chipped into the gap. Got away with that. And Robin Lewis plays her cricket out of the YMCA club here in Sandymount. Hello to you, Robin.
Hello.
Well, your thoughts?
Yeah, I think we've been good. Zach and Amy, I think we've been really positive. We've stuck to our plans, and I think restricting them to 140. Obviously, the last 2 overs in the end of the last 10 weren't executed to our best standard, but we restricted them to 140, and I think.
Well, I thought particularly between, say, overs 12 and 17, we were superb.
Yeah,
we didn't concede a boundary. Our ground fielding was sharp. Our catching was first class. In fact, Robin's younger sister, Gabby, my goddaughter, held 2 terrific catches. Yeah. So, Amy, you might tell us just what the excitement levels have been like in the build-up to this series. It's great to play the World Champions. It's great to play them in Dublin. And what has the buzz in the camp been like over the past couple of days?
Yeah, I suppose everyone has their own way of kind of dealing with it over the last couple of days. You've had some people quite quiet and keeping to themselves and maybe headphones on, and others quite happy to be buzzing around and absorbing everyone else's energy. So no, it's been really really exciting. So you show up and you kind of go with everyone else's energy and work with them, but definite huge excitement. So we've all been watching the Ashes and watching the ladies perform. And
we were just saying, Amy, you know how fantastic it is to see so much coverage of ladies cricket, particularly as you mentioned there, the Ashes series. You know, Sky have done a superb job. And you know, a lot of these Australian cricketers are now household names.
I know, which is something we're hoping to get to that point. It would be unbelievable to be known in some randomer's house in Ireland.
Yeah.
The Lewis name.
Yeah. Delaney on strike here, and wide ball there down the leg side. Delaney's looked very competent and confident. Thought about coming down the track there. Went back on her heels, just tucks it round the corner for 1 run to mid-wicket. Ireland moving on to 49 now for the loss of 2 wickets. We now require 92 to win. Danger here. Delaney doing well to get back to the danger end. She called but was sent back very quickly by Joyce. And Robin, you might give us your insight into this series. No doubt you're very excited about tonight's and indeed the next couple of games.
Yeah, obviously it's just been great. Even to have them come over here, obviously it's not, I don't know when the last time the Australians have come to Ireland. I know the girls are excited because we haven't had a home game here in 2 years, since beating the Dutch in the qualifiers for the World Cup.
A night I will never forget.
So obviously everyone's excited as well to be playing at home in front of a home crowd, which we don't get to do often. So it's been really good.
And ladies, you might just tell us about your season thus far. I know from following you very closely. There we are. There's the third wicket to fall, unfortunately. A stumping, and I think that is Laura Delaney who...
No, it's Cecilia.
It's Cecilia, I beg your pardon. Cecilia makes her way away from the wicket, and Cecilia batted really well for her 26 runs. She batted with real endeavour and enthusiasm, and has given us a really good start. The incoming batsman for Ireland is the Irish wicketkeeper Mary Waldron. I was just asking you there, ladies, about your season thus far. It appears as though you sort of seem to be away every weekend in the UK, whether it's playing county championship games or T20 games. Just tell us what it's been like over the last month or so.
Yeah, I suppose it really has been full on, which has been a brilliant kind of lead up to these games. If we weren't over in the UK, we had the Super Threes tournament, which is a brilliant inclusion into the Irish women's setup.
That has been just a fantastic
it really
success.
Has. Just to see, like, as well as the experienced players and the senior players, to see the youth as well and how they're coming through the system. And yeah, it's so positive for women's cricket in Ireland, and you can, like, going away to the UK and you know they're actually following our Super Threes tournament like how we follow theirs. It's just such a positive step for women's cricket in Ireland. It seems that, like, Australia have it now, the UK have it, and how many other nations can say that they're doing the same, and they're the two best teams in the world, and where we rank in comparison, but we're bringing ourselves on par with everyone else. So there's no reason for everyone wanting to play against us, because we're playing the same standard and the same amount of cricket every season that they would play. So
absolutely. And one of the things you mentioned there, Amy, and perhaps Robin, you'd come in here, you talked about the number of young Irish cricketers now playing ladies cricket. We saw that with the introduction of the Super 3 series, and indeed in our national side. You know, there's a real sprinkling of young cricketers.
Yeah, we've got a really young team. There's a big mix between young and old in the senior team at the moment, but
on this side you are.
Which is really good and positive for the women's game in Ireland. Our under 19s and under 17s had
and there's a tremendous catch, and that is the fourth wicket to fall on the part of Ireland. Ireland now moving on to 51 runs for the loss of 4 wickets. A superb caught and bowled there, and making their way to the wicket now is Gabby Lewis. Gabby really just made her breakthrough into the senior Irish ladies side this year, and has had a really good season, a very promising middle order batsman, and a younger sister of the lady on my right hand side. So Ireland at a crucial stage in their innings now. We're in the 10th over. We've lost our 4th wicket. Gabby coming in at number 6. We are 51 runs. We require 90 runs to win. If you're joining us on the live stream, can I bid you a very warm welcome, particularly to those watching from Australia. It's a special Céad Míle Fáilte to all our Aussie friends, and I've no doubt that you're really enjoying this tremendous fixture here in Claremont Road. Gabby facing her first ball there, just getting a little bit tucked up, trying to tuck it away through mid-wicket. This is the first of 3 T20 games between the two sides, Ireland and Australia. We're back here again on Friday at 4:30 and at midday on Saturday. There's no charge at the gate, so you're all very welcome. I've no doubt we'll get a tremendous crowd on Friday and Saturday, and nice to see so many people in this evening. It's turned out to be a lovely evening here in Dublin. Rather horrid day early on, and good to see such good cricket being played. Quality bowling on the part of the Australians here, tucking up the new bat, Gabby Lewis. It's a good shot on her part for no runs. Ooh, an attempted run out there, but she did very well to get back into the wicket. Mary Waldron, the non-striking batsman. Mary Waldron, the Irish wicketkeeper, a vastly experienced cricketer, has captained Ireland on a number of occasions down the years. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank both Amy and Robin for coming to join us in the commentary box. I wish you both the best of luck for the remainder of the series, and go well, ladies, and we look forward to seeing you over the next couple of days, and thanks very much for joining us. And I'm absolutely delighted now to be joined this evening by the Chief Executive of Cricket Ireland, Warren Dootram. Warren, you're very welcome.
Thank you very much indeed, Healy. It's an absolute pleasure to be here. I'm sorry I seem to have brought such rotten luck to the team with barely been here one delivery.
Unfortunately, Mary Waldron falling LBW there. As Warren mentioned, it was the first delivery that he saw in the commentary box, and unfortunately it's a wicket. And Waldron departs, and Gabby Lewis is joined by Shauna Kavanagh. Anyway, Warren, your thoughts on this series and on ladies cricket in general?
Well, I think the very fact that we have the world champions Australia here, I think, is testament to the general approach I think that Cricket Australia takes towards Irish cricket, which is wishing to be supportive, wishing to be helpful. Certainly all of my engagements with Cricket Australia, James Sutherland, their chief executive, with Wally Edwards, their chairman, they've always been extremely supportive, and it's not just in word, as you can see, it's here indeed.
Quick single there on the part of the Irish, and that takes the score up to 52 for the loss of 5 wickets. We're just at the halfway stage. We're in the 11th over. Ireland requiring 89 runs, and delighted to be joined by Warren Dootram, Chief Executive Cricket Ireland, and we were just talking about the splendid relationship, Warren, that Cricket Ireland has with Cricket Australia.
Indeed, and just saying, within the space of a week to 10 days, we have both the senior men and the senior women's team here in Ireland, which is it's not just a degree of charity on the part of Cricket Australia. These guys wouldn't come here if they didn't feel that we weren't worthy of the challenge, and I think they love our approach. They like the fact that we're ambitious, and they don't regard these games as just warm-ups for them. They regard them as serious games of cricket. And certainly the occasion the men's squad has been over here, they've treated it thus. And I think I was walking around with Sean Carey, one of the Cricket Australia's operations managers, and they said, look, we would have expected to get something in the region of about, we would have hoping for around about 140, also 150 plus. And I think to have restricted the Australians with their with a fairly vaunted and experienced batting attack straight off the Ashes straight off the Ashes, obviously in England, and I think the girls are doing extremely well, and obviously saw a flurry of late wickets at the end there. And I know we've lost a little bit of momentum now. A terrific 4 there to sort of keep the scoreboard ticking over. And we're not, 58 now, I think, of 10 or 11 overs. You know, the game is set up towards the end of the game.
Oh, absolutely. 4 there from Gabby Lewis. Gabby is one of a new breed of young Irish ladies cricketers, a young girl only 15 years of age, and comes out here to play against the world champions and has the confidence to play a stroke like we just saw. It's got to, you know, bode well for the ladies' game.
It's probably
right?
a testament to youth, isn't it? That
absolutely.
It's a cliche to say, but it's
yeah.
probably the lack of fear of youth and the ability to be able to say, well, listen, if it's going to be in my half, I have the confidence to give it a go. I mean, obviously, the Australian team, extremely experienced, and they've been playing together as a unit now for the last number of weeks in England, and that obviously the type of pitches they're playing on here would be familiar with those pitches they've been playing on in England. They're probably a very, and they're demonstrating it now, a very well-drilled unit, but I'm pleased to say that we're giving a good account of ourselves today.
Absolutely.
And if nothing else, given their youth of our team, I think it's going to be excellent experience for the squad.
Absolutely. And unfortunately that is a run out, so we lose our 6th wicket there. Bit of a mix-up between Waldron and Lewis. Ireland losing their 6th wicket with the score at 58, looking to score 141 runs. The incoming batsman for Ireland is Kim Garth. Kim Garth is a young girl, 19 years of age, vastly experienced cricketer, very good Gaelic footballer as well, I hasten to add.
So I understand.
Yeah.
Her father Jonathan used to open the bowling fairly swiftly, I understand.
Absolutely.
For Ireland men back in the day.
Yes.
So it's there's a good history in the family, as I think we tend to find in a lot of cricket clubs, not just here but all the way throughout the world. And I know this club as well is no different to that. A number of families that have creating the dynasties of the game going, and I guess it's that which it certainly helps that legacy for the sport. It's, I know yourself, Heatley, have a number of sons playing the game as well, and I think that's that we have our former international, one of our board directors, Alan Lewis, has his 2 daughters, Gabriella and Robin, in this side as well. I saw proud mum talking about the catches taken upstairs during the first innings. It's terrific and exciting for the future of our game. And what they're seeing is they're seeing successful international squads, and it makes them want to become involved in the game, which I think makes it such an exciting game to be part of.
Absolutely. And one of the things which is very striking about the ladies' game now, Warren, is just the coverage that it's getting.
Absolutely. I mean, here we have probably about 200, 300 people. If we were talking about women's cricket attracting, well, number one, actually being able to host the world champions. Number two, doing so at a ground that you know extremely well indeed, which we have designated as our international home of women's cricket, of Irish women's cricket.
And how delighted we are to have you.
Well, it's a pleasure to be here, and we get extremely well looked after. And it's absolutely terrific. You know, we've got even just to sort of pick up on the small signals around, such as perimeter advertising, all the sponsors that want to be part of the game as well. The fact that it's live streamed, the fact that this is going throughout the world to all of those that are bothering that we hope are tuning into our stream. We've got a number of media people here from RTE, from newspapers both north and south of the Irish border. It's genuinely exciting, the profile.
Absolutely, and on the subject of sponsorship, Warren, I'm delighted to announce that Hanley Energy are teaming up with Cricket Ireland until the end of this calendar year.
Correct, that's right.
And that's a very encouraging sign on their part. They've been sponsors of our Interpro series.
Correct. They've been they took on board the Interprovincial series, Hanley Energy, at the beginning of this year, or rather from the beginning of the season, and they have, I suppose they've enjoyed their experience to an extent, and they're growing as an organisation to an extent whereby Hanley Energy are have announced their sponsorship today of our international teams until the end of this year, and they are also going to be sponsoring what is now the Hanley Energy Challenge One Day International against Australia in Stormont next week. So we're up there today launching the sponsorship with their Chief Executive or MD Clive Gilmore, and also Kevin O'Brien and John Mooney were there as well today. It was terrific.
Yes.
And it's funny, we saw some genuine parallels between their organisation and our organisation. Sort of small, growing, ambitious, professional, and really looking to take really looking to grow not just domestic but also internationally as well. And it's funny, I think when two organisations get together, they sort of see a lot of themselves in each other, and I think that's something which Hanley Energy has genuinely seen in us. So we're delighted that they're going to be with us, and we're looking forward to entering not just into the relationship with them to the end of this year, but also hopefully entering into discussions for the future as well.
Great, and we wish Hanley Energy and Cricket Ireland a very happy partnership for, I hope, some considerable time to come. Delighted to be joined by Warren Dootram, the Chief Executive of Cricket Ireland, and Ireland playing Australia in Claremont Road, the home of the YMCA Cricket Club, on a lovely summer's Wednesday evening. Ireland won the toss, elected to bowl, and restricted restricted Australia to a very credible 140, and are doing ever so well in reply here. We're in the 12th over, and Ireland move on to 84 for the loss of 6 wickets. At the wicket now is Gabby Lewis, and Gabby is joined by Kim Garth, vice captain of this side, and a girl who has captained the side on numerous occasions this season. The Irish ladies side play a lot of cricket in the UK. They play in the county championships, and they play in the T20 format over there as well, Warren.
They do indeed, yes. I mean, it's over the last 3 to 4 years, the key activity has been trying to get as much cricket for the squad as possible, and whether it be obviously not just international cricket, but I think more regular cricket, and certainly they've been working their way through the ECB Women's County Championship divisions, and obviously we're delighted and proud of our I suppose the strength of our relationship with ECB, which they've been permitting us to be part of that. They've invited us to be part of that. It certainly has helped this team and group of players come on, and I think you mentioned it there a little bit earlier on. It provides wonderful experience for a group of cricketers now who in the past would have had maybe 1, 2, only 3, or maybe sort of to reach double figures in caps would have been pretty impressive by the end of their careers. But now we're seeing, whether it be qualifying for events such as even for the World T20 last year, the very first time that both an associate men's and a women's team qualified for a World T20. It was exciting that it had such a young profile for our squad, because this group of cricketers, you mentioned Kim Garth, you mentioned Lucy O'Reilly a little bit earlier on. Nice shot.
It's a really good shot on the part of Gabby Lewis. Will it go to the boundary? No, really good.
Excellent
Tremendous
save.
Fielding there.
And we have Lucy O'Reilly, we have Kim Garth, you mentioned, we have Elena Tice, we have the Lewis sisters. All of these girls are under 20, and it's incredibly exciting for the future. This group of players, I hope, are going to grow up together in this squad and provide the spine of the squad in years to come.
Absolutely, and I mean, when you talk about youth cricket, I suppose it leads me on to the subject of our academy, Warren, which is a relatively new entity in Irish cricket, and it's certainly it's a very exciting entity. It's new to Irish cricket, and we hope that it's going to bring through many youth cricketers.
Indeed. I mean, when we sat down with ICC about 4 years ago, and we were having a discussion about if ICC was to put in place a program of funding to assist countries around our ranking, lower ranked full members, top ranked associates, to be more competitive in the world game, what would we look at? And for us, there were 3 areas that we felt were extremely important to us. Even though the funding program was only going to be 3 years of duration, it was called TAP, Targeted Assistance and Performance Program. For us, the 3 areas, probably in order of importance, were number 1, funding to assist us to put in place the interprovincial structure, and number 2 was the academy. Number 3 was more international cricket, but more international cricket was what we'd been doing anyway. So for us, we took the risk of putting in place activity which was then going to be up to us to ensure that we could continue for years to come through matching funding from whatever source it came, whether it be public funding through government, sports councils, or private funding through sponsorship. And to focus on the academy, certainly for us it's become extremely important. It was very much a program rather than investing in bricks and mortar. It was about programs, coaches, equipment, facilities, travel, tours, as opposed to investing in bricks and mortar. And one of the key areas for us, as I mentioned, was that with it only lasting 3 years, the support from ICC, we had to try and make sure that we could get some complementary funding, and we were delighted, probably delighted might be an understatement. I think we were overwhelmed by the investment from Shapoorji Pallonji Group, and it is now the Shapoorji Pallonji Cricket Island Academy. It took me a while to learn how to put that particular phrase together, so it now rolls off the tongue.
Welcome to the club.
No, it's become an essential investment to our youth and future, and it's not just about. I mean, you mentioned it in the context of this match and the youth that we were talking about earlier on. Delighted, it's not just about men's or boys cricket. It also involves some of the girls as well. Elena Tice has been in that program, I know, for a couple of years, and I know that they all get the players who are in that get enormous benefit from their exposure to professional elements of thinking of cricket, tactical, mental, physical, healthcare, lifestyle, nutrition, all of the benefits of what the senior cricketers get. The idea being that when hopefully they take the step up to international cricket in the future, they are actually able to do so without being a rabbit in the headlights, because they've understood and they've seen the levels of professionalism to which they need to aspire in order to become international professional sportsmen.
And on the subject of international cricket, an exciting day tomorrow week in Belfast.
Indeed, yes. We mentioned it in passing, the now Hanley Energy Challenge, ODI next week. We're all keeping our eyes to the heavens, keeping our fingers crossed, but yes, having the world champions coming to Stormont, the other set of world champions from the Antipodes coming to Stormont, is terrific for us. We're really looking forward to hosting them. I've sort of been assisting in a very small way, putting together our match program, put together brilliantly by Robin Walsh. An excellent 4, beautifully timed shot there from Kim Garth. I've been assisting in a very small way putting that together, and there's a very warm welcome of message from Wally Edwards, the chairman of Cricket Australia, talking about the warm welcome they received, and they really look forward to coming here to Ireland. And I know the last time they were here it didn't work out in terms of weather, but I do cast my mind back to Clontarf in 2010.
Who will ever forget that game?
A super day when we restricted Australia, I think, to about 2:20, late 2:20s, maybe 2:30. And
got off to a flyer.
I remember sitting in the we were in the hospitality area, and not a single person wanted to listen to the speech being given at that stage by our president, poor soul, who everyone was casting their nose outside, thinking, well, we're 80 without loss after 10 overs.
Absolutely.
This is dreamland. Anyway, it was a shame that unfortunately we weren't able to finish off, but I think with the team that Australia had at that stage, Ricky Ponting, Michael Clark, Shane Watson. It was a very, very strong team, and I know they're going to be bringing a very strong team here as well, led by their new captain in all formats, Stephen Smith.
Absolutely, yeah. My memory of that day was Ryan Harris, actually, I think, opened the bowling that
right.
day. And I
in
think
Clontarf, and
that's right.
He showed his immense class.
Absolutely, yeah. We're here in YMCA Cricket Club on Dublin's south side. Ireland are playing Australia in a 3-match series. This is the first of the 3-match series. It's all being played in the T20 format, and it's a gorgeous evening. It's a lovely Wednesday evening, and I think that will help the Irish total, as the umpire Azam Ali Beg stretches his arms there, and 5 more runs to the Irish total there. Ireland moving into the, I think, is it moving? It's difficult to see the scoreboard from here, Warren.
62, sorry, it is
It's
now 57 required.
57
4
required,
points.
yeah.
I couldn't tell you exactly how many, but it's nearly 5 overs or so.
Yeah.
So just about keeping in the chase.
Yeah. Moving on to 84 runs. Delighted to have Warren Dootram, Chief Executive of Cricket Ireland, with us this evening. Saying it's great to have a 3-match series against the Australians, Warren.
It is indeed, absolutely. And as I said a little bit earlier on, the Cricket Australia, isn't in the business of making token gestures. Their view is very much, look, if we can assist, we will. And as you know, the Australians are heading back to England for their own T20 series, so they would regard this as very, very important warm up, as they are indeed for the men's senior game next week as well. They were regarded as a helpful warm up, and in a similar fashion, we're engaging with the England and Wales Cricket Board, who would be who are central to controlling and organising the schedule of the inbound touring teams to England, obviously, and I'm pleased to say that we're getting some significant headway in terms of arranging fixtures for next year. Not yet in a position to say what they are, both for men's and women's, but certainly from a men's perspective, we're pleased that we're going to gain some significant headway, I think, in terms of fixtures.
Great.
And we're now part of in a men's structure, the 12-team ODI ranking structure, which we were elevated into with Afghanistan at the beginning of this year, and it's going to be certainly helping us in terms of number of fixtures, whereas in the past I think we only maybe had something in the region of 10 to 11 ODIs in total between the 7 to 11 World Cup, and then maybe I think only 9 completed against full members, that is, outside of the World Cricket League between 11 and 15. I'm hopeful that we may be getting that sort of figure annually now up until 2019. I think that's going to be essential for the squad to be able to grow and to thrive. Obviously, as well, we're thinking about the same. Oh, that's a shame.
That's a pity, an awful pity there. Lewis driving the ball back to the bowler. The bowler, Aaron Osborne, reacting very quickly there, stopping the ball and flicking it onto the stumps, and Kim Garth is run out in the 17th over. Kim batted exceptionally well, having scored 15 runs, and the incoming batsman for Ireland is Lucy O'Reilly. Warren mentioned Lucy earlier on. Another one of the very promising young Irish ladies. Thought she bowled superbly this evening.
She bowled very well. It was interesting. I was here for the T20 qualifying competition. I think it was a couple of years ago now. In fact, it was this very ground, if memory serves. And I remember watching the team bowl, and it's very clear to me that Lucy has certainly put on a couple of yards of pace.
Absolutely.
Since then. Lovely action, as indeed has Kim Garth, which I noticed a couple of the Australians are commenting on as I was walking around. So it's clear that there's a significant degree of talent and a large number of years for them in which to still ply their trade.
You're dead right there.
And,
nice shot by Lucy O'Reilly there. Well run on the part of Gabby Lewis. 3 runs.
The team itself as well, the ladies are going to be participating in the World T20 qualifier later on this year in Thailand. It's going to be another wonderful learning experience for them in terms of travelling with the squad, and probably not just in terms of a cricketing experience, but a life experience as well, as much as they did in Bangladesh last year, getting to a part of the world they might not otherwise travel to. But I'm delighted that cricket is affording them that opportunity.
And talking about World T20 qualifiers, we as a country have just recently hosted the said event, and it was a fantastic occasion.
It was something that we were very, very keen to apply for. Events like that for us, it's not so much about money. Obviously it's a playing opportunity. Obviously it's an opportunity for us to try and gain a degree of home advantage as well, if we can. Not that it necessarily demonstrated itself in that regard.
Well, we did qualify.
We did indeed qualify. But I suppose if I was the point being, and perhaps I'm being hypercritical, but certainly in terms of the I suppose the form that we've shown in the past by winning the event, but certainly doing so on our own home ground, perhaps we didn't quite match our own expectations of ourselves from a squad perspective. But having said that, qualifying and coming third maybe just demonstrates the expectations we do have of ourselves these days. But from a bigger picture, from a broader perspective, we were very, very keen to demonstrate to the ICC our ability to be able to host events. And in fact, it's one of ICC's more logistically complicated events with 14 teams, 51 matches. We hosted 30 of those. I think we had something in the region of 85 practice sessions as well. The matches were held over 3 of our unions, and in fact, if you want to say, Munster was also involved, hosting Oman for a week or 2 in the lead up to the event. We used 9 venues, including practice venues as well. It was super. It really spread the event all over the country. I think in terms of the objective of the event, which is making sure we had 6 qualifiers, that was also achieved. And I think we demonstrated to some of the ICC hierarchy who were here over that period just exactly what we are capable of. And I think that's probably the final thing to talk about, which is we want to demonstrate that we are capable of taking, to use a phrase, the step up. If we ever get called to Test cricket, because we have succeeded in that regard by qualifying, by winning the Intercontinental Cup and then winning the Test Challenge in 2018. It's not just about saying, well, then we're capable of hosting these types of events. I think we demonstrated in that semi-final day, the Saturday at Malahide. I thought it was a super day. We demonstrated we got 2,500-3,000 people, maybe 2,500.
I think in a cricketing context, it was a super Saturday.
It was indeed 2,500 people, sun-drenched day, 2 excellent games of cricket, and it was televised. It was, if you think about and consider the fact that Malahide and Fingal were showcased to the world and on Sky Sports 4 for the best part of a week, it was a wonderful advertisement for Irish cricket.
Absolutely. It was a fantastic day. We're in the 18th over here. Ireland chasing 141 for victory, requiring 44 runs. Perry coming back into the attack from the Claremont Road end. Just looking at Perry earlier on, Warren, she really is a classy bowler.
Absolutely right. I mean, you can tell from an athletic perspective, it's a wonderful bowling action as well, and it's one that looks eminently repeatable, which clearly she puts the ball on that. Clearly been watching an awful lot of Glenn McGrath.
Yeah. Not a bad guy to watch, mind you.
Indeed.
Here she comes, right arm over the wicket, bowling to Lewis. Lewis comes down the ground. Good shot on Gabby's part. Just the single, mind you. Another good piece of fielding. I have to say the quality of the fielding on display this evening has really been first class on the part of both sides.
Indeed. some wonderful catches being taken, some
Absolutely.
great ground fielding and quality throwing as well.
Oh,
I think Aaron Hamilton, our national coach, has been on board now since the beginning of the year. Has made a super difference, I think, in terms of the squad and their fitness and the quality of their fielding and catching is plain to see. There we are saying wonderful things about the bowling, but
the old commentator's curse, Warren.
But I think it's probably testament to the fact that she's able to vary her line and length according to depending on the state of the game and what she's anticipating the batsman's trying to do.
I'm just looking at
just trying to get this out of the commentator curse there. Sorry for interrupting.
I'm looking at the Aussie wicketkeeper by the name of Healy. Funny that. And she must be a good, 12, 15 yards back. And I'm sure the Irish girls haven't faced bowling of this pace or indeed this quality. And what a wonderful experience it is for them.
Indeed, and they're acquitting themselves extremely well. They're not, perhaps in the past, what one might have seen, if this form of bowling hadn't been faced, that there would have been some, I suppose, some fear, but certainly hasn't been demonstrating any of that. It's standing there and it's playing the ball on its merits.
Absolutely. Another good single there, pushed
and 100 up as well.
Oh, excellent! Yeah, good single on the part of Gabby Lewis there, just pushed into the offside. Ireland now 101 for 7. Ireland require 40 with 2 overs to go. So this is obviously a pretty important over, this one, Warren.
Indeed. It's I guess one never quite knows the way these things are going to turn out, but one would have to say the Australian team is favourite at this stage. It would be disingenuous to say anything else, but it's a wonderful learning experience for our squad, and to just get 100 against such high quality bowling, I think is testament to the self-confidence of the side, and I think this will give them great confidence the remaining 2 fixtures.
Couldn't.
There's no doubt whatsoever. I think the Australian team knows they've been in a game of cricket.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
In a competitive game of cricket,
yeah, for sure. And I think the point you make, Warren, that this performance will instill huge confidence into the Irish players, and I've no doubt that we'll see that both on Friday and again on Saturday.
Indeed, I think in many ways there's Aaron Hamilton, as you know, who's from Australia, Western Australian. He would have had probably an inkling and sort of an understanding and a knowledge of some of the cricketers, but I suppose until you actually, as an 11, get out on the pitch and face them, it's difficult to actually understand what it is you are up against, because often as not the myth of the world champions can probably play a part psychologically. But I think having performed and acquitted themselves so well, having kept the Australian team to 140, I think having kept the Australian team to 140 and having got now over 100 runs, I think means that if there had been a fear factor, it certainly won't play a part in the next 2 matches.
Oh, absolutely. And I couldn't help but notice that when the Australian ladies arrived in the ground, and to see Lanning and Perry, these household names now, there was a real buzz and a real ripple across the ground. And as you say, certainly the Irish girls, if they had a few nerves in their tummy early on, they've done exceptionally well here now this evening.
Absolutely right, and I think it's also worthy of note that we should compliment the Australian team as well, whose attitude and approach has been, let's get this game of cricket on. Yep, we've seen that the fact that the weather was pretty foul at the beginning of the day, but there was no sense of, oh look, it's a bit wet, we're not really up for this. Yeah. And I think that's something that we found in all Australian teams that visited Irish shores. It's a real desire to get the game of cricket on, and look, let's not look as if we're not up for it. So absolutely first class attitude, and we should extend our, we shouldn't be thanking a team for wanting to play cricket, but there have been occasions where there hasn't been the great deal of enthusiasm that we're delighted has been shown here by Australia.
How right you are, and they've done everything with great enthusiasm and real vigour here this evening, and they've been a pleasure to watch. And you know, you've got to remember, for those of you watching our game live this evening, it was actually a pretty horrid day in Dublin earlier on today, and you know, whilst you see a sunny,
it feels like a different country.
Absolutely, absolutely. You know, when we talk about congratulating the Australian ladies, I think it's only right that I say a hearty congratulations to the two groundsmen, Dale McDonough and Len Smith, who've prepared a wonderful wicket, a superb outfield, a really fast outfield.
Absolutely right.
And well done to them. And I've no doubt that the Australians have enjoyed playing in a really competitive game here this evening.
Well, bearing in mind that the forecast and bearing in mind the weather that did eventuate, I think there were two pretty significant downpours at the beginning of the day and quite prolonged rain. Not only did we manage to get the game going within half an hour, but I think from the moment the game started, it was very difficult to discern any wet patches anywhere on the pitch. It was, I totally agree, it was entire credit due to those ground staff, so congratulations to them for putting on, or for enabling, facilitating such a terrific game of cricket.
Ah, what a superb piece of cricket. Wonderful shot.
Great cricket all round.
Absolutely. A wonderful shot on the part of Gabby Lewis, who batted with real authority. And she had a beautiful on drive there, beautifully fielded on the part of the Australians, and a direct hit. And as Warren has said, just all round quality cricket. And that sums up this evening's game.
I think a lot of our batsmen have approached the game with real authority and self-confidence. No, not too many false strokes I think we've seen today. A lot of hitting down the ground and very, very, very confident.
Oh, absolutely. And talking about confidence, the incoming batsman is another of the youth brigade, Elena Tice. Elena has now well and truly established herself on the Irish side, a real all-rounder.
Indeed.
A quality young leg spinner. And a fine middle order bat, and she now joins Lucy O'Reilly. We're in the final over. Ireland are 108 runs for the loss of 8 wickets. Perry continuing to bowl. Good shot by Lucy O'Reilly, very good shot, getting up onto her toes.
It's as you were mentioning earlier on about the age of some of our players. It's quite extraordinary to think that with the modern approach to fitness and conditioning and nutrition, some of these players can have careers lasting 20 years.
I hope so, yeah. And certainly an experience such as this evening's can only stand them in really good stead. And I'd be really hopeful now, having seen both sides perform with great gusto, that Ireland can take real credit from this and will go on and give the Australians a cracking game on both Friday, where we commence play at 4:30, free entry, so come on down. It promises to be a terrific evening.
And I think this game will give them confidence, not just for the rest of the series, but for all of the matches they'll come up against. I think any opposition from now on mentally will be compared to, well, if we can perform so well against the world champions, how will that make us feel about playing in the ECB 20 over competition? How will that make us approach mentally the challenge of playing in the World T20 qualifier in Thailand against perhaps less vaunted teams?
Absolutely, and as Warren has mentioned there, this Irish ladies side make their way fairly shortly now to Thailand for their World T20 qualifiers, and they'll do so with real confidence against lesser opposition. Gotta remember, we are playing the world champions tonight. What a beautiful shot out through mid-wicket by Lucy O'Reilly. Good fielding on the part of the Australians to restrict it to just the single. But Thailand I hope will prove a happy hunting ground for the Irish ladies, Warren.
Indeed, yes. There are some. I think there are 8 teams in the competition. I can't remember all of the teams, but there are some. I suppose less. There are some familiar teams in there and some unfamiliar teams. I know that the more familiar would be. I think that is 4 over.
Those lovely buzzers.
Yes, indeed. Some of the more familiar teams I know include Zimbabwe, but also I think obviously Thailand themselves are participating, as is Japan. So I think it's certainly some of the more interesting, should be an interesting challenge for the squad.
Great. Well, that really that concludes the first of the T20s here in YMCA Cricket Club. Ireland amassing 115 runs, having lost 8 wickets, just falling shy by 26 runs. And well done to them, well done to the Australians. It's been a fantastic game of cricket. I see the Irish ladies on my right hand side speaking to Aaron Hamilton, their new coach, and well done to him and to all his troops. And Warren, I thank you very much for joining us here this evening.
My pleasure. Thank you very much, Healy.
It's been a great pleasure having you. Warren Dutram, Chief Executive Cricket Ireland. Very interesting to hear his thoughts, and I thank you all for viewing today. I hope you've enjoyed the live stream. We've really enjoyed bringing it to you. We will be live streaming the other 2 games, Friday's game and Saturday's game, in this 3-match series, and it promises to be a series full of great and vibrant cricket. From us all here in Claremont Road, the home of YMCA, I thank you very much for viewing, and we look forward to your company on Friday at 4:30. Again, Australia running out victorious here today by 26 runs. Ireland, having won the toss, elected to bowl. Australia scored 140 runs, and in reply Ireland scored 115 runs. We thank you for your company. We look forward to bringing you the final 2 games in the series this coming Friday and Saturday. From us all here in Claremont Road, thank you very much. Have a good evening and see you on Friday.
34 overs, no maidens, 1 wicket for 21. Megan Schultz, 2